Yeah, go ahead. I just started streaming. You guys, get ready.
Get your beverages. This is the time to do it.
Stream has started, and I'm going to do a little back explaining. Well, a little bit. I will try to remember everything. If you guys want to jump in, fill in detail, fine with that.
That's definitely not going to be me.
I guess it's me because
Void Striker.
I'm the only one else.
Well, I do remember Void Striker. He was busy helping Felix, removing the Spark Eater parts from Rex and doing all that stuff. Overload was just standing there brutally watching and, got Rex back and all that fun stuff. But Rex wasn't the same, all that good stuff, I'll do it better than this.
We never really got to that part to resuscitate Rex or anything like that, so we don't know the state of his mental status. We were just able to at least repair him physically, so he is physically alive and mentally.
Who knows?
We don't know where he's at yet.
Yeah, that's...
So, the only comment I have to say is summoning a defense tower in a boss room is overpowered.
And while we're speaking of drink, I'm going to grab something myself, because I forgot to.
I guess I'll entertain chat until you get back. Hello. Let me actually pull this up. I didn't even get this
Here's
up
Burger.
There. Okay, the good stuff, really.
Yeah, this music that you got too is interesting.
Music? Oh, it's just Netflix.
Yeah.
I'm just playing it through Winamp, so it's auto fades for me and everything, so I'm just like...
Man, I haven't used Winamp in... I don't even remember. It's been forever.
We used to use it for DJing a lot because it was the easiest program. We could run it off a flash drive. Well, when flash drive started coming out, we had it as a backup on a flash drive. It would run from it. So I'm like, hey. But we also have, and I still have the plugin, I think, somewhere in my system of files I've kept. It auto levels. It brings up or brings down. So no matter what you're playing, so if you get one that's super loud, you don't have to drop the volume. It will automatic and did it fast. You didn't have to do anything. Because we had problems with a lot of music where it was one was up, one was down. And it was like auto level. We didn't have to do anything. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know where I have the plugin anymore, so it's somewhere in my files. It's somewhere there.
I just remember using it all the time just because, like, yeah, you have the built-in equalizer, and I could always tune it for headphones, so like, I could get, like, the most, the best quality sound out of my headphones whenever I'd be using them. It was so good.
Yeah, it still works, surprisingly.
Oh, I bet. I mean, it's probably, like, what, 2000... what?
It's like 2000s.
No, 2008, 9 was like. Let me actually look. I'm curious now. When, like, is Winamp even still a thing? And if so, when did it?
It is still out there, but it's not fully. Somebody else bought it, so, and then it transferred hands, and for quite a while it was offline. But I still have files to where you can upload or like load it, and it still works.
Yeah, as you say that, I literally read it was acquired by Radionami in 2014.
Yeah, I still have some of the older versions at work. And I'm like, yeah, just keep using it. When I want to. It's good for just as a player. Oh, yeah, I do have the full Transformers G1 soundtrack. I don't know if that's probably copyrighted, so I'm not going to play it. I don't know. I might try it on a test stream and do it, but no, I don't want to. Because
there's probably a way you can find out. I just can't.
I wish sometimes there was a way. I don't. I mean,
so,
I'm like I'm not supporting them. I'm like, hey, just go check them out.
Yeah, so looking at Winamp now, it literally looks like a ripoff of Spotify.
Now, yeah.
Like right down to its interface. It genuinely just looks like a ripoff of Spotify.
Sick.
Why am I not surprised?
All right, well now everyone's back. I'm gonna go grab my water here and
Yeah,
then
go
we'll
for
get ready.
it. Yes, yes, yes. So Overload's ready to get his ass handed to him. Okay.
Oh yeah, from the digital world.
Void Striker's gonna get some. I mean,
Hey, somebody in the group needs to get actual bitches. Cause we all know Dave isn't.
oh, Dave's got his own issues, especially with Gilgamesh. He's got one that's more like a sister to him, but keeps teasing him, and then the other one is Speedstar. It's like, wait a minute, they just switched around things here. Hang on. I'm gonna get my shoes off. I don't want them on. Let me flip to the other page. Starting is starting. I will try to do the best on recapping stuff because I wrote down a lot of notes, but because it has been a couple, like, full missed episode, and then we didn't get to do Destiny's campaign last Friday too, so I had other stuff happening. Ugh.
That's fair.
All right.
Because I got the music just right here, so it's like, you guys had it on delay. Alright, let me switch. Okay.
Get a switch.
Nice. Okay, nothing is completely messed up beyond belief. There we go.
Why would it be?
After the past couple of weeks, between other stuff, this has been another issue at times. Because things, they updated Roll20, because if you look on the left, this is a little different. I'm trying it. I'm trying it out. It's so far not bad. It's like, it's just a little different.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. Like I'm gonna be trying it out over this session to see if I like it or not.
And I'm letting you all know that I am starting work on some new maps and stuff. I haven't physically done anything yet. I just have some ideas that I want. So you guys will get to see some new scenarios, setups, areas that you guys get to explore and have some fun. So you have some interaction with your environment.
Ooh.
Which I hope it works out. Because I've been excited. And then I need to get with you, Baha, to talk about those other ones.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll kill music. Here, there we go.
Okay.
I'll leave that on there. That looks pretty. I don't mind that. And I need this other window real quick. Why is it not letting me drag it? Because that's in my way. Because I need to see Twitch screen so I can see it's working okay. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Let's do it.
Okay,
I'm loving
let's
Coke.
let me turn off the ads too.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah, it's running ads. I'm like, whoops. I don't want it running ads during the sessions. Everything else, I don't mind. I'll turn it on during Hamster Cam. Oh yes,
Yes.
my wife took the hamster to work, so she came in the next day, and before she even got there, she had a picture on her phone, and it was a cute little fuzzy thing in this guy's gloved hand, and it said, "Are you missing something?" The hamster got out. It
Oh.
it somehow climbed up,
It
chewed
had
a
a Hotaru adventure.
yeah, it chewed through metal screening to get out. Made a big enough hole, got out. You can see the little fur still left on it when she squeezed out. And this hamster traveled up a ramp, well, outer door, up a ramp, down another hall, into the main office, and was in one of the bathrooms in there. There was a bathroom, and the custodian walked in, and it just was sitting. She was just sitting there, looking up at him, like, "Hello," just in the middle of the floor. So hamster got delegated to home. That was my story for the day. There we go. And so she's here, but we've had to reinforce the lid of that cage tank that we have her in with heavier stuff right now. So, yeah, entertainment. That was the only time that was fun these past weeks. So,
Well, she just might need to have a taller tank to where she can't reach the top part.
yeah.
Great.
Well, I'm thinking we're going to put her in the ball more often, too. So that way she can go about running around. She seems to be okay. It's just keeping the dog away from her. Not the cats, the dog. She's like constantly sniffing the ball. It's like, will you let her roll in the direction she wants to go? Because I'm like, it's a puppy. And I threaten, I go, she's here to replace you if you don't knock it off. He's like, no, you're not. It's not a puppy. What is this thing? But anyway, okay, let's get started here. You guys ready? Just want to make sure.
Yep, I'm ready.
Yep.
Love that. Okay. All right. I apologize to everyone for the last couple weeks. The Transformer session last time, I had a lot of stuff going on, and then our Destiny campaign got delayed too because I still had a lot of stuff going on.
Oh,
So
and
this was...
and listen, like that wasn't just you. Like like I said in our post to our guys, like 3 people kind of went down over that week. So it literally wasn't
I
you.
had no choice but to go to my sister's birthday party.
Yeah,
Which I came back with a cold, which I'm still getting over with.
You too. I got
but
sick
in
on
addition, Visor went down with an illness.
Oh,
You were
jeez.
out, and it was like, okay, like we'll wait till next week.
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really excited
life
for everybody to meet
happens,
my character.
and yeah, it kind of forces these mini hiatuses, which we've had over our couple of years doing this. So it happens.
Yeah.
We don't like doing it, but
The
it
two of us are
unfortunately
sick.
happens.
2 of us are still slightly sick right now, which I'm one of them. I got sick on Wednesday, and I'm still getting over it. So I do apologize ahead of time if I do
that's when
cough.
my cold kicked in.
Oh, and speaking of, let me make sure I got a mute button working here so I don't...
I got one on my headset. It goes like this.
Yeah, I wish mine would do that, but it doesn't. Because mine's wired up, and if I do it, I'm just smacking the side of my head.
I mean, mine's also wired
Just like
back.
that, you didn't hear me blow my nose.
But yeah, so yeah, we all have our stuff going
And I'm
on.
muted.
But yeah, now you're not. No.
Well, I can just lift up my mic, and then I'm just muted.
Oh, you got one of those. Wait until the wire breaks.
Joke's on you. USB wire.
Mm,
I can easily get one.
I
Joke's
hope
on
so.
you, wireless headset.
I wish I had the money for that.
All right, shut up, all of you.
No.
Or you just pay for a good microphone that has a mute button on the microphone.
Yeah, just press the button on mine.
just like that.
Yeah, just press the mute button, keep talking, nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Also, I can
just have a button.
Yeah.
So I just mute.
Or yeah,
I mean,
that's my
that's a
favorite.
good substitute.
So I can mute both Discord and stream at the same time. So you guys hopefully won't hear me cough too badly. I'm getting better. Just bear with me. So let's get to it, boys. All right, let's have some fun here.
I'm gonna get my ass kicked. Hell yeah.
I will try to recap as much as I can. Like I said, gentlemen, fill in where need be. And I will try to address you by your characters' names because I've slipped a little bit. so we'll start with how things are going right now. As of current, on the potato base, the Black Station, Rex is currently still bound and has had the Spark Eater parts removed by Void Striker very carefully. But his mental state may not be where it's at currently. Gilgamesh has come across more information, along with Carbine, who have delicately been working their way through all this information and maybe taking a visit to see somebody of a shinier nature to maybe probe for some more questioning. I don't know. That's up to them. And then we have Overload, who is eagerly waiting to see how his comrade, his partner, his friend is doing.
If he's not alive, I'm gonna go on a rampage. Hell yeah.
He's gonna rage. And then we have Void Striker, who is wanting to take a visit to Velocitron, maybe to visit a particularly shiny and blue car bot that's there, who's been asking a lot of questions to him about his specific technology. And with
That's not at all sus.
I wonder. I thought Gilgamesh had a lot of issues with. Hello. No. But as of current, right now, the situation is they still don't know where Shockwave exactly is at, nor do they know where Ava is at either. Right now, they're building their resistance forces around the galaxy, and right now, Velocitron seems to have an underground network already in place. One of those is part of, or Speedstar is part of. And right now, the guilds are still building and rebuilding and trying to re-energize Cybertron as of current. And they're holding steady, but progress has been stagnant. So, with all the small catch-up, if you guys want to fill in any other little detail, go right ahead. I'll give you a second. Okay, second's up. We're going to start with Void Striker. What is Void Striker doing? Because last time you had just provided surgery for Rex in that, and you guys have had just a little bit of downtime in this short amount of time. Just a little bit.
Indeed.
Were you examining those Spark Eater parts by chance?
I'm about to do something with one of them, like the pretty active one. Because as far as I remember, Gilgamesh put it in the cryo area for me.
And that's where both of them, I think, if I remember right by the notes I have, you had both of them kind of taken to, so that way they were in a stable environment and a safer environment.
The more active one that's in its stasis tube, I'm throwing a cryo chamber and turn it on, so even if it takes over the stasis chamber, it can't get any further out of it.
Yes. And that one, if I remember right, they're in the same area, but you have one in cryo, which is that active one. The other one is not as active. It's just kind of there because it's smaller.
I am, however, going to keep it behind a goddamn graviton force field.
Yes. So you have that in the one area where you don't like everybody kind of wandering around in because of the sensitive nature of the things you have in there. So what is it Void Striker wants to do with the more active one that is, you could see it tendrils kind of hitting the sides of the tube and kind of trying to reach out a little bit. The other one that you can see also, that's not in the cryo tube, but it's not as active. You could just kind of see it undulating and moving around the part of it and just kind of sitting there. But the other one, which is more of the arm, is more active.
Yeah, the more active one, I'm going to be turning on the cryo chamber. I don't have the necessary tools to probably analyze and deal with that yet.
All right. So with it sitting in there, it becomes more pacified. Just sitting there. It doesn't really not want to move, but can't move because it's more just you've got it in this stasis and it just can't do anything. But it is
I am going
still
to
moving slowly.
I'm going to have a 24/7 sensor sweep aiming at this thing in case it does anything.
Okay. You have all those devices at your whim. So it's
Yeah.
constantly monitoring because that's your sensitive area where you're going to have that kind of stuff set up. Is there anything else you would like to do while you're up there, Void Striker? Or in there, I should say. The map is up to
Just
me.
check on all my other not so safe goodies.
As you're standing in there, you kind of hear the door open behind you, and it's like, dude, that thing's gnarly looking. Drift walks in. You see him
Well,
just
it
kind
is
of.
a spark eater.
You see him kind of come over, and he like taps at it, and you see like, and he just looks at. Spark eaters don't exist, do they? Like we've heard of weird things like this, but
You're
really?
looking at one courtesy of Shockwave.
He kind of stops and he doesn't say anything. He's just staring at it for a moment and he slowly turns to you. I haven't heard that name in a while, but I've heard it again and again, and I'm getting a little tired of it, dude. But whatever, I don't care about that. What is there a cure for whatever this is? And he's like, you can see him tapping at it every once in a while to see if it's going to react to him. And you see little tendrils try to reach, but with it pacified now, it's just it kind of reaches, but then it pulls back, and it's like it can't do anything. And he's like,
No cure yet.
so how long was this stuff on him?
I'm not privy to that information.
Uh, I sorry, I eavesdropped a little bit. I could hear you guys kind of through the door. I was just having some like food and well, I was bored. And he
If you're
kind of
that bored, I can just send some projects your way.
sorry, I've already got my own. I've been working on minicon stuff. Uh, but I could work on a few things if you got something. Kind of take a break from the little minis out there. He's kind of bored looking.
I will step out of the cryo room and come over to the far wall and open up two of the lockers. Here's a backlog of artifacts if you want to look at some of these.
Dude, how long have you had these? Some of these are like, and he like picks up some device that he's like, what is this thing? Does it even function? He's like tapping on it. He doesn't even know it. It's kind of some kind of round cylinder, but it looks like it's got fins on it. And he goes, is this a battery or something? Just kind of holds it funny.
Well, most of these relics are from before what everybody is locally calling the Golden Age.
Yeah, I think so. My analysis is dating these pretty far back. This is probably older than you. And he kind of grins out, looking up at you.
Possibly.
He's like, sure, I'll take a look through these. What kind of info? You need like dates and what possibly they can do if they're even functional again? And he shakes it. You're rattling. It's like, this one might not, dude.
Well, most of the artifacts that are within these containers are stuff that was no longer recreatable even during the Golden Age.
Yeah, some of these. And he picks up another device and he goes, I'd swear this is a blaster of some sort, but I think it's some kind of welder.
The
Like,
oldest one I
uh,
have, I will reach into the back and pull out like this dark Coke thing. Is this?
dude, what is this? And he's fascinated by it. This is like really old.
Even during the golden age, I couldn't even carbon date this.
Yeah, dude, even I can't with my sensors. And you can hear the little whirring in his optics and everything, and he's like, dude, this is. And he goes, do you mind if I examine this a little more often? I'm really fascinated, dude.
The last person to examine it was my old assistant. Her theory was it was potentially during the mythological age of Primus.
And he looks up and he kind of raises like one of his eyebrows above his optic, like, hmm, possibly, dude. If that's the case, this thing is rare, like super rare. Wonder if what it does. He's like tapping at it too, and he's like, "What's it? Yeah, this is kind of cool." He's like, "I'd like to examine this. Is it alright if I take a look at it?"
Feel free.
Sweet. And he just turns around and he starts walking into one of the labs. Just doesn't say anything, just walks off. You just hear him kind of, dude, oh, whoa, what's this? And you just hear him whispering. Like he's not whispering, he's just talking really, kind of just walking away as you hear him. It's like, this is fascinating. Oh, you mind if I also look at some of those other things? They might actually come in handy if I, I might, I'll take a look at it. And the doors close behind him as he keeps walking through. And as you're sitting there, you see little bot run into the room, and it's your little buddy with somebody riding on top of him like a little saddle. I love doing this, and they just start following you. The little one is sitting on top, just like, and you hear a few beeps from her, but you just still don't know what she's saying. But
I'm
she's
now going to perform simple maintenance on the servers.
they're just sitting there watching you the whole time. While you're doing that, Overload, what are you doing?
Probably still in the medical bay, checking and making sure no influxes happen within Rex's mind.
Felix is in there with you. He sees you sitting across from him. Like, right, you're on the good, in a sense, the good side of him, where his arm and his head are still intact. And he occasionally, it's almost like he's in pain for a moment or something's happening and he'll like surge up a little bit, like he's trying to move, but then he relaxes back. And Felix is just monitoring him. He goes, Overload, I don't know what's going on in there, but he surges every once in a while and does that. And then he comes right back down. Even his waves are just kind of erratic right now. I'm not sure what's going on in there. But he should be awake by now. It's been quite some time, but I haven't given any sedation.
Yeah, I'd more than likely have to do because of the influx, as well as him fighting an internal battle this entire time.
Whatever it is, if that internal battle must still be going on. I thought maybe removing those parts would have alleviated most of it.
That's more likely why he's still in his current state of not being able to wake up. Neither of them are able to have control.
Felix leans over, kind of examining Brex's head because he's kind of more closer up to that. And he looks in and he goes, it's kind of creepy looking inside like this, but being medical, this is kind of norm. But last time I've seen somebody like this, they weren't alive. Their spark was completely gone. And this, if the spark eater was close to his memory core, he might have been affected there. I don't know how long he's going to be like this. He might be like this for, well, the rest of his spark.
there be a way to eliminate it from within his mind?
Well, it's risky, but yes. Now that he doesn't have the spark eater parts, we could actually connect individuals up to him, and yeah, you could probably jump into his memory, but it's real risky if he's, well, not in a very stable state.
Now, another question. How many how many times do you think this has happened to others and have succeeded them?
He kind of scrolls through the logs that Void Striker even has in his database, and he goes, I know of personally three. One of them was not, and he doesn't look. He kind of looks down at Rex and he kind of glances at you. Successful. It went bad for the other bot that was connected. Now only got stories, but whatever affected the bot they were connected to affected them pretty badly, and they were in a sense decommissioned because they had no control over themselves anymore. That was a different state. Not this. This is different. His memory core, and he does a scan. He shows it to you. Seems clear. Like there's no infection of any kind. There's nothing. Void Striker cleared it. But this is different. So if you go in, you're in a volatile state right now. You might not even understand what's happening.
But one out of how many other cases? Because if my chances are 1 in 100, and that's an easy answer then.
Yeah, those cases were pretty successful. They were able to go in and alleviate some of the issues. From what Void Striker has, a lot of them were pretty successful. It's only those who were, well, and he kind of gestures toward Rex, not like this. This is different. So if you were to go in or I were to go in, but to be honest, if I go in, he might just outright attack me in some form because he doesn't recognize me, or he will see me as what I was before, and he kind of gestures toward the symbol that is kind of scratched out now. It's kind of faded even, and you were with him before. He might be easier to talk with.
I don't exactly expect help in there.
Well, if
Though I will definitely say it's more likely going to be a bit difficult.
you feel Aegis kind of squeeze on your shoulder, yes, but how risky will it be for you to go in? What happens if you don't come back out?
Well, worst case scenario, I don't come out, and the other one does. But I'm not exactly going to let that happen now, am I?
You better not. I just got used to you. And he kind of almost like he's going to fly, but he flaps and he transforms in front of you. And he just sits there, standing there. And he looks up at you. Well, if we're going to do this, I'll be here to help. I don't know what good I'm going to do, but let me help somehow.
That's the thing. I'm not sure if even you'd be fine in there. Because if he doesn't know that you're an ally, he'll more likely attack you instead of the enemy. He's
He
kind of he's kind of that way.
he just looks down. He is really considering. Then I will stay here with you. I will not leave your side. until you come back out. Felix
Why?
is
Why don't you hook up?
Felix kind of looks. If you're ready for this, then he gestures to the other bed over from where Rex is laying. And he goes, "You can lay in this one. We'll hook you up. Or at least I will. And then we'll try and link you in." By the way, hi Onyx, hi Xeno. Sorry, people in chat.
All right. Well, I guess enough stalling anymore, and I'll probably back out. So I'd rather not.
Felix kind of gestures over to the bed and he goes, "You lay down. I'll start prepping you. I will let you know when we connect and start to upload you in. But if there's any sign of your vitals going wild, I'm going to pull you out. Do you understand?"
Just remember, 1 in 100.
He just kind of gets up on one of the stools so he's standing higher, and he just puts his hand on your chest, and he's genuinely concerned. You can first time you actually see him to where his gestures are usually stoic and much more. He doesn't show the weakness all the time. He looks at you and just don't get lost in there. Okay? I I don't want to lose another one.
Relax. I may not be the best at science or relatively talking, but when it comes down to the wire, heated situations, I can think properly.
Very well. Felix gestures for a moment, like, just hold for a second. I'm waiting for your waves to line up a little better right now. Because he goes, all right. Because he has other sensors hooked to you to monitor you separately till he connects the main cable. And he walks over and he goes, he's looking at the screen. He goes, he's hesitant for a moment. He goes, no, there we go. Overload, I need you to focus on a moment where you were together. And he slowly, and you could feel this connect to the lower back of your head, like on your neck, but it's very close to your head. And you feel it kind of thump, and you hear metal on metal, just connection. And he goes, in 3, 2, and you don't hear him say any like 1. You just suddenly, your optics go dark, and it's like you see data code and other information, Cybertronian language, and you're kind of flashing back through moments in your memory. But you're 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 kind of getting pulled in a direction suddenly, and it's starting to kind of go, in a sense, darker, not completely dark, but just like darker in the sense of kind of everything's muted in color. And you come back to a moment where you're feeling weightless. What is the memory that Overload would pick for this moment? Because you're
My
floating.
first job failure. The cargo.
You feel yourself suddenly, it's like everything is digitized, and you start, it's like everything's being outlined and laid out around you, and you're in like a corridor of some sort, but it looks like a hangar almost. It's very large. You see cargo starting to show up around you, and you see other bots starting to pop up. You recognize them, at least some of them. Some of them are just literally cargo bots. They're there to move cargo. Some of them are old squad mates of yours, bots that you've seen before. And you hear them bantering back and forth, some of them, and then you hear this familiar voice, but it's distant. And it's kind of walking out. You recognize him, but there's something a little odd. His optics are not, they're kind of off color to what you normally see Rex's optics as. And he walks out. All right, you cogs, you losers. You can't even stay together for a moment. Let's get going. We got to get this stuff done. And he walks toward you specifically, Overload, and he puts his hand. You ready for this, Overload? We got to get this stuff done.
Oh yeah. It's just another day at the job.
And you feel suddenly like the ground is shaking, like you're having an earthquake all around you. But you see Rex kind of stumble back and grab his head, and you see the optics suddenly going back and forth in multiple different colors, and he grabs his head, and for a moment you see everything kind of dematerialize around you, and you're in this wasteland, and then you're back in that cargo area, but then suddenly you're back in this wasteland. But there's occasionally, when you're flashing back and forth between them, you see Rex without his arm and part of his head. And you just hear in the background for a moment like blaster fire going off. And then it shoots back to the cargo bay, and all the other bots are kind of still around you. Nobody's moving. It's quiet. It's unusually quiet. And you see Rex just kind of holding his head, and he stands up. Never mind. I'm fine. Whatever. And he's kind of like acting odd to you. You know this isn't him. And he turns, just get back to work, everyone. And you see him kind of walk down and through a corridor, and the door shuts behind him. What do you do?
Hmm. Uh, with him having his arm and part of his head missing, what location of when it was flashing was it? Unless it was changing between the two where they're standing.
Roll me. How about this? I'm gonna roll a perception right now, and I'll tell you if you even recognize this. I should have had you do that. That's my bad. Yeah. Oops. And I need to. There we go. I'm gonna switch screens so you can see it. Oh, that'll work. You recognize the terrain as one of the battlefields that you were on at one time, but the sounds and everything, you recognize the blaster fire and everything that's going on, everything, but there were other noises there that you didn't recognize. And it was unusual sounds, and it was kind of like screaming sounds, or not moaning, but it's like a moan scream of some sort.
Is it possible for me to go towards where that scream was?
Only if it snaps back to that location. Right now, you're still in the hangar bay right now. I'm calling it hangar bay because it's all I can think of.
Hmm. Because this is a memory, I want to assume that there's like a back door to be able to access something.
All right.
That's why I was trying to figure out where the uh more broken-esque Rex was, to see if where he was is a back door.
All right. Let me think here. Roll me like an investigation check.
Vest. I don't have perks towards that. Fuck.
All right. All right.
8.
So as you look around, you notice there's certain things that are not what you would say is like doorways. It looks like a doorway, but it's not a doorway. It just doesn't look right. That's all. You can see it. Currently, everybody is still, so it's like dead silent in this area.
All right. Press forward and see what we find.
You approach the section of this, what looks like the wall. You do notice there's a little bit of change there. What would you like to do?
Change. Is it like towards a wall or on a door?
It's like a wall. It looks like kind of like it was shaped as a door at one time.
If it was shaped as a door before, can I grab towards where there would be a handle?
I will say roll a perception check for this. Again.
If only I had advantage.
You reach for where the handle would be, and surprise, surprise, you feel something. You feel kind of like a handle. Surprise. You kind of have a little bit of an advantage here. Because you're in control right now. And you can feel it move. Do you
I'm
want
trying
to
to
open?
pull this open.
I want you to go roll a strength check now. Because you feel resistance on this door.
Bruh.
Wow, that's impressive. Okay. As you pull, you feel resistance, but it starts to give way, and you see a bright light shooting through it, like it's lighting up a dark area. Like you're lighting up the hangar, but it's not actually lighting up the hangar. It's just light shooting through, and you hear the door kind of scraping and pulling, but you feel like something's pushing back on it hard, trying to fight you every bit of the way. But you pull it open successfully, and you're in kind of some kind of like, you recognize some of it like a bar of some sort. Kind of something you, Rex, and the others of the squad would go out to when you were done with a mission. It's not the same. There's some differences to it. But you recognize it, and you hear laughter, cheering, people celebrating. You look behind you, you can still see it's dark, grays, bleak.
Okay. Have your memory. Not go this far or close.
You can hear voices in there. Like I said, you hear them celebrating. It's all color. Like you can actually see, not like when you look at your hands while you're standing in the dark gray area where everything is grayish, like it's null and void.
Let's step into the light.
You step through, you feel this almost like a field, like you're passing through, and you pop through, and you're kind of standing in an area near the front of this like bar. You recognize that it was an old place that you used to go to. It's no longer there. It's destroyed. But you remember your squad would go there, and you can kind of see Rex celebrating with some of the squad, but he again doesn't look the same. His optics are still changing again.
Whatever's happening, it's definitely affecting his memories. Some objects are changing and not from what we remember.
As you're standing there, it's like the bartender, you don't recognize him. He's not the same bartender, but he's like, "You want something, or you here for a reason?"
Uh, let's go for a red flame on the rocks.
All right, you better be good for the Shannix, though. And you see him start making it, but he's eyeing you, kind of like,
You know I am.
I don't even know who you are. And he's just kind of eyeing you, like watching you closely. And you hear Rex turn to the bartender, "Hey, get a few more over here." And bartender's like, "Right on it, Rex." And you see him run down real quick. He kind of stops making your drink, and he starts making up a couple of the drinks and stuff for them. And he sets them out. "There you go, Rex." And he wanders back down. "I'll get to your drink." And he's still watching you, though.
Hmm.
You see Rex turns and kind of, "Hey, aren't you one of the new guys or something? Or weren't you assigned to our squad?" And the others are kind of like looking at you, kind of like they know you, but they don't know you. They're just kind of like, "You look familiar." But a couple of the
Um,
others are like, "Whatever," and they go back to drinking, but they just keep sitting there.
yeah, I am. S- Uh, I'm actually, I was actually one of the promising ones.
Promising ones. We're all promising ones, especially under, well, you know who. But uh, were you assigned to our squad, right? And one of those, uh,
Yeah,
we,
let me just get my drink first.
uh, all right. What's your name, by the way? And the bartender sets your drink up there, and he's eyeing you like, and he just keeps watching you. But he picks up like the particular glass, and he starts cleaning it, and just watches you.
Name's Overload.
Wait, overload. Um, in overload, why have we met before? And everything kind of quiets down, and suddenly it's like everybody's looking at you, and he's like, I know you, don't I? I um and it's like everything starts glitching around you, and for a split second it shoots to like you're in a grid, like just a digital grid. You're both kind of standing there for a moment, and he's gesturing. Overload.
Good. Still have your senses, so do you?
What? And he screams and he falls down to his knees, and everything suddenly, you're being lurched out, and this time you're not in control of it, and being pushed back, and suddenly you're finding yourself on a battlefield where you're hearing all kinds of stuff happening around you. You hear shots being fired. You hear big sounding like machines just moving around. And you can see the squad, and this is a pivotal point in your one of your battles where you're trying to push forward against some kind of resistance ahead of you. You remember it's possibly just Autobot or another resistance force. And you can see Rex up there just blasting with his shotgun that you have. But he has got it. But it's not modified like you did. And he's sitting there blasting away as he stands up there, and he takes out another blaster that he picked up and just starts firing with it too. And the rest of the squad is just like ducking and covering and taking shots everywhere. You see a couple of them go down. But the things they're shooting at, I need you to make a perception check on whether you can see what they're shooting at. Oops, I gotta switch screens so you can see that. I can't see it myself. Wow. You can kind of make out outlines out there, but you can't really identify it. They kind of look like bots.
I'm having PTSD. Fuck.
The fog of war is heavy.
It's kind of dark, so you can't really see. All you got is the blaster fire lighting up things, fires that are burning out of control, and you can hear Rex, "We gotta push them back. They can't take us." And you can see a couple more of the comrades go down, and you're like, "Wait, this is not how this happened. We pushed forward. We beat this."
My boys never retreat.
And you can see suddenly all these bots are coming up, but you still can't make them out. They're getting closer and closer, and you see just Rex standing up there blasting away, and he's hitting some of them, but it's like they're still coming at him. And suddenly you're lurched back out again and into another fight. But this time you're in trenches. You can hear Rex at a distance, like he's down one of the other trenches far away from you. "Don't let them take us down. We can take them. Just keep firing." And you hear and see bots standing up, just start. But I need you to make a perception check right now. All right, my nose.
Swear to God.
You get a moment. You get a moment. You're kind of like clarify. You're like getting clarity in your mind for a moment because you're focusing on this moment and you're trying to put it together. And you're going, "This isn't. We would have pushed forward. I remember some of this. I pushed forward with them. I was a part of this too." But you hear that odd sound. You know you've heard this sound before. Like somebody screaming in this weird scream moaning as well. It's really weird. It just sounds really different. And you hear Rex, and suddenly you kind of can make out as you peek above the edge just to see what's going on and see who you're exactly shooting at. A couple shots hit near you. But through the blast, they're Autobots, but they're not what you remember. For that fact, they don't even look like bots in a sense. They are, but they're not with Spark.
Yeah, they have the symbol, but they don't look the appearance.
Yep. And they're literally just walking slowly forward like they're zombies almost, firing at will, just at anything in front of them. And you can see them overwhelming the trench, which you're in your memory, you're going, "No, this isn't what happened." I need you to make a strength check right now. Wow, that's a strength check.
Yeah, my rolls are not wanting to fucking go high.
As you're sitting there, you see these things, and suddenly you're pushed back out again. You're in another fight. This time you're in a bunker, and you're shooting out the openings. We must hold this. You can hear Rex. This time he's close, and you can see him. And he seems like it looks like Rex. His optics look like him. He's got everything. He's firing away. He's hitting his targets, but these things just keep coming. And it's like he's just constantly fighting in every one of these. Give me a perception check. Again. You're going to do a lot of rolling.
Yeah, finally.
You get the sense, and you can see again clearly, because it's much more lit here too, by the way. These look similar to spark eaters almost. But they don't have the tentacles. They're just kind of almost like I said, zombies. But they got blasters and they're shooting instead of running and attacking. You see Rex, you won't take me again! And he's firing away and just blasting with some kind of like minigun. Every time he takes down one or two, it's like they get right back up and more start to pop up. Give me a strength check. Why is your strength check always low?
Man, if this keeps happening, I straight up am gonna die.
You get lurched again from this. And literally what it is you're getting everything just kind of poof and then digitizes around you, and you feel this happening, and yet you're still hearing the gunfire, you're hearing the blast. It's like you're being moved from one battle to another battle to another battle. And you can hear Rex. Sometimes he's close, sometimes he's far, but you're getting pulled every time, not by your choice. And you're in another area fighting, and these things keep coming at you. And you hear Rex, "You're not gonna take me!" And he just keeps firing away. And they're not coming. You noticed in your with your last perception check, it was really good. You noticed that they're not exactly going for everybody in the trenches. They weren't going for everybody in the bunker. They're kind of focused on Rex, not everyone else. So the same thing starts happening here. And the other bots are firing. If they get in the way, yeah, they're going to get taken down. But right now, they're not. They're just, like, firing back. And you hear Rex just, "You're not gonna take me!" And he sounds different, and you start to hear it, and kind of hear his voice waver a little bit, and his optics, and then suddenly he just stops for a moment, and he looks down around. "I'm sorry. I failed you all." And he kind of glances at you and he goes, "You can't be here. No, you're not here. You're just, no!" And you can just hear him light it up again, and just the blast lighting him up. I need you to do another strength check again. Come on, give it a good roll this time. Oh,
Finally.
I was going to say, how many more scenarios do I have to bounce you through?
When it matters most.
Oh my god! As you are standing there, Overload, things kind of slow down. And suddenly things start to colorize more around you. You could see color before, but this time it's like you're in a bubble that's spreading out a little bit more and a little bit more, and it's quieting down. And things are silent, but there's still, you see shots being fired. You're just standing there and a shot hits you, but nothing happens. Just like nothing. Void Striker, or not Void Striker, man, my head's over. Woo! Overload. You see Rex just blasting away, and he's just going at it. What do you want to do right now? Because he's kind of just sitting like up on this platform, just firing away.
I'm gonna grab hold of him and get him into the bubble.
I'll tell you this: you approach, the bubble engulfs him, and he's still firing. You suddenly can kind of hear the gunfire. Just, I mean, that thing is just going to town, and everything around him is kind of normal. And he kind of suddenly stops, and what? And you see him take his hand off one part of the minigun, and he puts it to his head, and it's the side of his head that's missing. He goes, "What happened? Where? What is going on?" I and he turns and
Coming to your senses now.
he turns and he looks surprised. Overload? Why does it hurt? And he drops
There's
the minigun and he just kind of looks at you, and he's still got his hand holding over his head.
there's not much to explain currently. Where I'm currently inside of your mindscape, I guess. I'm trying to help.
Um, so I'm not.
You're not dead. Not yet, at least. You will be if you don't take care of those things. Or at least whatever is inside your head. Because I'm just going to point towards the irregular.
They're Autobots. No, they're not. Because you're technically in control of this part of the memory. You're influencing him more. He looks
To my
around.
eyes, those aren't Autobots.
But look at them. They're Autobots. Can't you see them? And he gestures toward them.
I'm able to influence this, at least what's in the bubble, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then can I influence his vision?
How do you want to
So
do
that
it?
Okay, I'm guessing anything that's in the bubble I can influence. So, what if I was to obscure his vision and then have him being able to see through?
So you'd have to touch him, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
touch him and obscure his vision to then see, well, the truth.
Okay. You want to try? Let's see. See if how your persuasion is.
My persuasion. It's been so long since I rolled persuasion. God fucking damn it. 15.
Still nice roll, and I will tell you, he's failed every time on resisting or doing anything. I will give you that. You touch him, and immediately, what are those? That's not Autobots. They look like Autobots.
Spark eaters.
Those are myths. They can't be real overload, but if I'm
You're
here,
looking at them. And guess what? You're currently connected to one.
Then I then
You're,
I'm
like I said, you're not dead. Not yet. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to prevent that.
you see him looking, and so how bad am I? And he looks at you, and you're still touching him, so he still sees everything right now.
On the From the outside, we're able to get rid of most of the spark eater aspects of you, but it's the mind that's the problem. There is a spark eater within the mindscape, which you've been in an internal battle, it seems. And the only way to get out of it is we have to kill it from the source.
Source. Where would the source be? In my mind, I guess the
At the
center of
stem,
things. That would be. And for a moment, you guys are standing there. You recognize the sounds of the spark eaters. And you still can't identify the moan scream that's kind of like really loud, but you don't know where it's coming from. Even Rex is standing there and he goes, "What is this? Where? I know where I'm at. We won this battle. We did this together." And you could see him reach over with the one arm that should be there, but suddenly it's not.
it's trying to erase your mind, get rid of anything that was yours.
Uh,
It's affecting everything. If we want to win, we must find it.
then there's only one place that it would be the spire that's not far from here, but it we'd have to fight through all this to get to him.
Doesn't sound that doesn't sound that hard. I mean, it's us.
As you're both standing there, you can see him grab a hold of his head and scream out loud and just, "No, this can't be real. This can't be." And he looks up at you for a moment, and you know it's Rex. "Find me there." And he gestures, points, and suddenly he's pulled from the safety of your bubble. Like he's just, and you can see him kind of disappear out of sight.
Son of a scrap.
Suddenly everything is stopped. It's quiet. But you notice that the spark eaters of the memory are still kind of moving. But this time they're not moving where Rex was, they're moving where you were.
I'm gonna start making a break to the spire.
As you do, a good amount of the spark eaters see you and start trailing after you. Now they don't move super fast in the memory. It's like somehow they're being hindered a little bit in speed. But they're still following you.
Well, they're not catching up, and that's a good sign that Rex is still fighting.
You get little like instinct moments where like somebody's guiding you which way to go. You get a clear path. It's more secretive. You can see spark eater bots of some sorts, some large, some small. Just take your pick. But you're avoiding every one of them so far. Because somebody, it seems, is guiding you because it's like you're on a lit path. but you come to a bridge that's not intact anymore. You see the spire. It's a spire of kind of looks like light, but not white. It's kind of reddish looking. Blood red looking, specifically.
Okay, bridge is out. Just gotta find another way around. And I guess I want to make an assumption too.
Well, you can make a perception check if you'd like.
Well, no, because I want to say something cliche.
Well, go for
Well,
it.
I mean scenario say cliche. Being that I try to go for another way, and then there's an entire army of fucking spark eaters right behind me. That's why I'm 21.
Kind of. You do see another path, but you have to make your way past a lot of spark eaters to get there. But you do see that if you stay to cover as much as possible, you might avoid most of them. So, if you want to continue that direction, you're going to need to roll a stealth check. And I know you're not stealthy.
I'm not there to save you this time in stealth. Sorry.
I actually have a quick question.
Shoot.
Am I able to still access my spells?
I was waiting for that question to come up. With your perception, I will allow it. Right now.
Right now I can.
Mm-hmm. Your perception was high enough that you would be able to do it.
Then I'm gonna take a few steps back from the bridge, and then I'm gonna go full train mode and try to leap the gorge. And with the help of Rocket Fist, when I get to the top of my height, Misty Step.
Okay. Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna allow it because that sounds really funny to watch, but also cool at the same time.
I mean, I don't know how big the gorge is, so I might as well get as much air as I can, and then let momentum take control.
All right, go ahead and do it. I'll tell you if you make it with. I'm gonna say let's do this. Let's do a bit of. Oh, what
would it be athletics?
Yeah,
I'm not really doing anything spectacular.
No, you're just gonna do athletics. Yeah, I'm like acrobatics. You'd be doing fun stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me, just describe to me how you take that few steps back. You take that full run. You feel a couple spark eaters close by, like closing in on you. They're moving just a little faster, but you take that last leap. They're reaching for you. You know, behind you, a couple of them fell off to their death.
Well, I was gonna say, as soon as some of them are trying to reach towards me, Rocket Fist and let the flames hit them.
Oh, that would work too, because you're really lifting off. You still see a couple of them falling. They're a little torched up, but there's a couple others still reaching, but they're all like on fire, but they're still trying to reach out and grab at you. But you're way out of reach, and you're launching across this huge gorge. And you fly.
Right when I reach the peak of what I can, because I know my Rocket Fists aren't going to completely take me over, Misty Step, so I can get closer.
As you do, it's like you... and you're really close to the other side, and you land right on the edge. And it's like you're kind of hanging on with your tippy toes, so you're kind of balancing there, like waving your arms, like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then you take a few steps forward and you turn around and you can just see the spark eaters had fallen into this deep pit of some sort. But you can see the others on the other side reaching, and you're safely across. You made a miraculous jump across a massive gorge.
Now, quick question: how many rocket charges does that take?
Because you rolled so beautifully, I'm just going to say you did the one.
Oh yeah.
Because it was a beautiful roll. For this moment, you turn around. Give me a perception check one more time. You
Jesus.
suck. You
Could it
see.
be an advantage because of the awesome roll? I'm joking. There's no way I'm getting
Hang
all
on.
this.
Let me think about this. Could be, but no. Because right now,
Yeah.
you didn't get any assistance. That was all you. So you're standing there looking around. You see the spire. You see this structure that doesn't look like any spire you've seen. But you see a ton of spark eaters all around it. And you just hearing them groaning and moaning. They don't see you yet, though, because you're still further back away from everything. For that moment, while you're standing there, Gilgamesh, what are you doing?
Oh, my turn? Okay, hang on.
We thought you were safe.
Oh no, it's been a while. So
Held off
Carbine and I will have been going over the footage of Rex using the arc hammer.
Yes. The
Uh,
hammer.
Trying to study it, trying to understand the nature of the experiment. So he's looking at the original one where he did it in his initial first step, where he's normal, and comparing it to where he has been morphed into the spark eater kind of a beast, and then he does it again and tries to see any visual comparisons. And
Roll
what would you like me to
me.
roll for that?
Let's roll perception for that one. Or actually, no, let's roll investigation on it because you're trying to analyze this. This is different.
Okay, investigation.
And I will give you advantage if you. Wow!
That doesn't matter.
Hang on.
I don't see shit.
Where Carbine notices something though for you. I did an independent thing there for you because
Okay.
she is a separate character. You technically can roll hers as well if you need.
Okay.
That goes for both of you who have mini cons. I've stated that before. Hopefully, you guys remember a little bit. So I'm going to remind you guys a little more to use them because you do have a bit more ability. Even Drift can be used at times by, say, like Void Striker to help out with investigations or something like that. So right now,
Okay.
Carbine notices it seems to you can see her ears twitching because she's still in her caracal form with her little tentacles floating, and you can see one of the tentacles like stroking her chin lightly as the other one just kind of is like scratching her back lightly, and you can hear her purring lightly, and she's just sitting there intently looking, and she's watching this, and she goes, "Hey, look at that!" And you see one of the tentacles gesture to a specific spot, and she goes, "It only seems to affect him really when he's holding it. As soon as he let go, it's not doing any more to him. But it did drain him a lot." And you see your ears. I have
So
never
that
seen this.
energy was coming from him after all. It's
Well-
not coming from the hammer.
Well, see, I've never heard of an arc hammer before, or whatever he called it. It was weird. She turns around and she's kind of like pacing around as this little caracal kitty. She's kind of almost like she's trotting a little bit in circles. And you see the tentacles kind of bouncing along. And it's like she's just pacing, but she's doing it in this little form. And you see her tufts tipping back and forth like, I don't think it's coming from him. And she kind of gestures toward, look at the hammer when it's between the two, and she brings them both up side by side. Just as he strikes, you can see the energy coming from the hammer directly, but it's like it's feeding off of Rex when he was using it. And she's gesturing down the electrical shocks that were coming down and that reached out.
So something in the hilt pulls the energon from him and expels it out through the hammer.
Yes, possibly without the hammer here to examine directly. We don't know.
Yeah, we're really just speculating based on visual observation. Unfortunately, we can't really find much information on this in Cybertron's archives either.
Yes, even in Minicon databases, we don't have. I don't remember ever researching anything like this. And she's just kind of sat down and her tentacles are kind of floating there. And then you can see them retract back and kind of blend into her. And she just kind of lays there for a moment. She goes, "It's very curious. Very curious."
Well, then it really only leaves two different options. Either option A, whatever they had uncovered was an ancient weapon at Cybertron's core, or B, he fashioned something from whatever they found in Cybertron's core to make this. Either way, either option is not good. But
She sits up
really,
and
we
looks
need
at
to
you.
know more.
She looks at you. "Yes, we do. I think it's B, because there is nothing in any of the history that we do retain. Maybe ask your one friend Tog, the one with all the information. Maybe send him a message to ask about it. Or maybe we shouldn't say anything." And she kind of paces
Well,
again.
considering the nature of this weapon, it might not be best for it to get released, at least into that sort of knowledge space, I guess.
Yes, I agree.
It might be a good idea to keep this weapon hush hush until we know a little more about it. However, given the design and given what it's capable of, can't help but wonder if it's some sort of ancient artifact, some sort of siphon and release.
Well, there are many things out there that do something similar, but she turns around and she looks at it. She's looking at, she goes, "The hammer seems a little big for him, though. Like it was designed for somebody else."
Designed for someone bigger.
Oh, and look how big it is to him. I mean, he has a little trouble handling it, but he's a big bot. He can handle it to some extent, but. And she
He is
stops.
a fairly big bod.
She stops and she doesn't say anything for a few moments, and she's stopped still. "I think this siphons his energon from him. I don't know for sure without examining the hammer, but this thing could drain a bot of its energy when it uses. If the bot isn't capable of handling it, it might damage them. Like it could very well possibly. I need to examine some of his energon to be sure." And she kind of gets up. "Do you mind if I go check this real quick and see?" She's like eager.
He just nods. Go right ahead. I'm gonna make a call to someone.
You see her run off, and she runs into the lab, where she sees Overload hooked up, and she talks with Felix for a moment. You guys, or you're sitting there. You make your calls. Carbine comes back real quick. She goes, "I think that's what it is." And they're doing some kind of weird thing in there, by the way. But I examined his energon readings while I was sitting there, and it looks like whatever happened, it was siphoning his energy. Because when we brought him in, I don't know if it was the spark eater or the hammer, but it could have been a combination of both. And that's not good because you know what happens when we lose a lot of energy on our spark dies.
He's put in a quick call to Kiara because he doesn't know exactly where she's at, but he's calling her. Kiara, are you awake?
And you kind of hear like a delay for a moment, but she goes, I'm in the comm center. Do you need me? You know what? Never mind. I need a break from this. And you hear it cut, and like a minute later, she comes through the door. You needed me, dearie?
I need your opinion on a few things. And he kind of turns the visual monitor to her and starts kind of playing the two videos. What differences can you spot between the two?
She looks at them and she goes, This is Overload's friend Rex, correct? She
It
becomes very
is.
serious.
This was the experiment that Shockwave had done to him.
And she
The
puts
first one is where he was in his original form, and the second one is when he was grafted with these Spark Eater parts.
yes.
When you see
Yes.
these two, what do you see?
That hammer. That what is that?
That's another thing we need to figure out as well. But for now, tell me, what is it you see?
She looks closely and she kind of grabs a hold of the screen because they're touch screens too. She kind of, you see her playing back both repeatedly and forward. And she goes, Do you see it? And Carbine's kind of looking like, What are you seeing? And it's at a pivotal moment. She stops the first video where he was in his original state to the second one at the exact moment he uses the hammer. You see she stops it just at a fraction of the frame, and she goes right there, see it, and she blows it up on both of them. Where he's holding it, it's like something has leached out of the hammer onto Rex and drained him, and you can see how it's arcing into him, but it's pulling something, like pulling from Rex to drive the hammer.
Does this sound like any kind of ancient artifact that we might have had on Cybertron in the past?
She steps back. If there is, it would be in our logs and database, possibly, but I have never heard of anything like this.
I'd
Gilgamesh.
like you to get some of our best people looking into this. We need to know more about what this hammer is, if it is even a hammer, or perhaps something Shockwave might have forged an artifact into.
Well, I can give them the description of it, but hammer is pretty broad in wording, so, but
I
for what it
realize it'll
does,
take time, which is why I'm giving them the time to do so. It's
how much do you want to get out, though? And she kind of looks over at you. She's kind of tapping her chin with one finger, and she's looking at you.
keep it confined to our guild for the time being, but if we come up with nothing, then let's branch out a little forward to our allies. See if perhaps our friends on Cybertron City and the old world archives might be able to tell us something.
She leans down to you. I'll send it to Widow. She will handle it. We can trust her with this, not, and she'll be able to delegate to somebody or somebodies There are many bots out there who still don't agree with everything, but she'll know
Speaking
who.
of, how are things going with the project I've put forward towards the, I guess we're calling them the council now?
Yes, the council. And she kind of raises her hand. Yes, the council. Somehow I got nominated to that as well now, more in charge of things. I am part of that project. It's slow going because many of the guilds, and she just kind of walks, kind of paces. It's very infuriating, and she starts acting kind of like the way you know her to be, is very kind of just, she's kind of angry, but she's kind of adorable when she's doing it. And it's just so infuriating because they're just not working together as well as they should. We're trying to get Cybertron back. She's just kind of going off on things. She starts ranting, and she just stops and looks at you, and it's like, what? She stares at you for a moment.
You just seem so fit for the job. He just has a coy smile on his face.
She narrows her optics at you, sticks her tongue out at you. Shut up. Just kind of whatever. And she runs over and jumps onto your lap. Carbine kind of scrambles out of the way. And it's like, if I didn't care about you, I'd punch you out right now and make you lose an optic. And she knows she can't, but she sits there and she just goes, it's just very frustrating and very stressful right now with them not working together. It would be nice if they just got along. But we've been at war with each other for so long. It's going to take a long
Well, the
time.
project is multifaceted. It is trying to bring us together under an initiative to try and restore energy to our dying world. It's not going to be easy, and I realize it's going to take a lot of time and, frankly, a lot of effort on all of our parts. But if we're going to have a chance against both whatever Shockwave may have and whatever may come going forward, we need this.
Yes, it's just some of the guilds are wondering, well, who's going to be in charge of it? And she starts whining, kind of sounding, and who's going to make the Shaniks off of it? And it's like, nobody. We're
I've
all
heard,
getting to restore Cybertron.
I've put forward the entire proposal. They
Yes.
know how it's going to work. It's evenly distributed unless emergency situations arise in which certain regions may need more.
Yes, Gilly, but, and she taps you on the nose, they don't all agree that way. They all want more than the others, so we're trying to find happy mediums. So she steps up and gets up from you, and she goes, "It'll be
Then
okay. It's just frustrating."
then if they're concerned about the
Oh,
amounts, then advise them that the project is also further expandable.
yes, we have that in all the notes. It's just, again, balance, and we're not getting it at moments. But we figure they'll come around as the project starts getting underway, which hopefully will be soon because
The math, I mean, I've looked over it. I mean, I'm not the most math savvy person, but I've looked everything over, and even if we built even half a Dyson sphere, we could have more than enough energon for all of Cybertron in the entire region. We can build upon this even further beyond its initial operation.
yes, it's just again, we have a good majority of the larger guilds. It's good to have a good backing. Just wish we got more. But we do have a setup, and she kind of pulls out her arm console and she taps and she brings it up on the screen. And she goes, we've got good prospects working right now. And she gestures to a larger ship that this is being constructed right now to start initiating the program. We're pretty much the guilds that are in on it are willing to do this to restart Cybertron. They're even willing to not call it guilds anymore. At least these ones are. They're willing to just be, well, Cybertronians again. Instead of being separate, we're all together.
Well, I'm glad they're starting to come around to this new way of thinking. I just wish more people could be on board with it. In the meantime, we have to let this seed grow. So let's just continue to do our good work on that. In the meantime, we do have some more matters to attend to on Velocitron, at least before we do move on to other things.
As you're both standing there, Kiara looks at her. Speaking of Velocitron, some shiny bot wants to talk to you, and she taps it through to you, to your console, and she goes, "It's for you, dear." She walks away. And she gives, as she's walking away, Carbine has moved to the back side of things, and she's kind of up in the air. Kiara kind of gives her a few scratches. "Keep an eye on him, little one." And you just hear Carbine purring loudly.
I'll look to the call then and answer it.
How do you want to answer it? In holovid kind of thing, or just audio?
I'll do a holovid. I'm fine with that.
Ah. As you do, you see Speedstar kind of like looking at something off screen, and she's not realizing you have connected the call, and she's not paying attention.
Been waiting long?
And she jumps. If you weren't, never mind.
I
yeah.
know I'm sometimes hard to reach.
Not hard to reach, just never mind. And you swear she was blushing when she was about to say something, because she turned red a little bit. You swear she did. But she goes, "Never mind. I might have some more information on your," and she kind of gestures like, "artifact that you were looking for."
All right. I'll switch the comm over to audio then.
Well, wait, before you do that, it's better if you kind of see this. We kind of replicated it in, well, it'll be easier for you to see this way. And she 3D projects, so her image drops away, and you see your map. And she goes, "This isn't perfect. You can see there's some sections missing. It's not a lot, but it's enough that you immediately," and Carbine kind of is off screen in a sense, and she looks over at you like,
Is it like the physical object, or is
It's
it
a-
like the
it's-
map?
she goes, "This is a 3D projection of what our techs here have found on Velocitron. We think this might be, well, some kind of locator device or something. They can't really decipher a lot of it, but they think it might be a key or something. But they're not sure because they're missing pieces of it. Like you can see there's a lot, well, not really a lot, but enough missing." And she's like nervously talking to you about it.
So, how did you come across this?
Well, remember the images we had of the picture? We had a few others found, and they decided to make it three-dimensional off the pictures they got. Since we don't have the object, we figure we try and recreate it in an image, at least a 3D image, and it worked, sort of. And if this can stop Shockwave or whoever wants this from getting whatever power it is, danger, weapon thing, she kind of spouts, "I don't know what it is, Gilgamesh. I'm worried it is a weapon." And if
To be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure what it leads to either, but when I do find out, I'm gonna go there.
as you're sitting there, she goes, "There's something else," and you see it kind of bring back to her, and you see her image, and she goes, "There was something else," and she pulls up an image of a picture. She goes, "This is only partially translated, and from what they got, it's really old Cybertronian." And again, Carbine sitting kind of over from you, and she just kind of raises an. You can see her raise one eyebrow up on her little curical form, like, "Huh? Like what?"
Mhm.
And you can see what looks like a tablet in a picture, but it's only partially there. Somebody, one of our informants, he didn't make it. Um, anyway, um, there he got.
This informant you lost, real quick. How'd you lose them?
He was somewhere. We're not sure where. He got the information, sent it, and transmission was lost after that. He sent it to one of our really remote locations. It's per our standard protocol, so we don't get tracked so easily. But then nothing. And we have a bad feeling he's, well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Let's just concentrate on this for a moment.
This may be connected to another case I'm aware of.
Another
There was a
case?
recent break-in on Cybertron, and it is linked to an unknown assassin. I'm not entirely sure if they're connected or how, but it doesn't seem coincidental.
You think it might be the same one?
I can't say for certain, but it certainly feels like the pieces start to fit the puzzle.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I'm sorry I'm being cryptic about this, but I'm privy to more information about this than you are.
And she kind of looks up. Why do I get the feeling you know more than you're letting on right now, Gilgamesh?
Because I'm dealing with a situation that I'm keeping quite close to the chest at the moment.
I understand. Um, okay, never mind then.
That being
Right now.
said, I was planning on reaching out to you because I did have a question regarding another case that is involving a friend of mine.
Sure, what can I do?
I'm gonna send you over an image of something, and he transmits an image, a cropped image of the arc hammer.
And she immediately gets it and she looks at, what is that?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. This was part of a surveillance video that was done as part of an experiment where this particular hammer was wielded by an associate's friend of mine.
You see her sit back and she's sitting there. She's got her arms crossed and she's just looking at it. This, and she kind of looks, it's not, it, is that electricity coming off of it? Or what?
It seems to be. It From what we've been able to at least gather from these videos is that the hammer here seems to siphon off energon from whoever's wielding it.
Give me a perception check real quick.
Perception.
Boy, the rolls have been
Boom,
always no
17.
fun. You notice her posture and her optics kind of change, like a light bulb went off for a moment, but she's not saying anything. She's just kind of still got her arms crossed, and you know something, like just the way her body language changed. she knows something, or she's just idea of something's come to her.
If I were to guess, it's some sort of ancient artifact, but I can't seem to find any record of it, and I've dispatched people to investigate it further, but for the moment, I'm not sure what this thing did to him. Furthermore, I'm not sure how it's connected to spark eaters.
Spark eaters? You think this is possibly?
There is a correlation, but to what I'm not really sure or understand how. But I'm going to be looking into it further.
Okay. She is kind of, kind of stumped for a moment, but she's more relaxed a bit, and she looks at you, and you see her just kind of sit back, and she goes, "So, I'm giving you a lot of information. This hammer, how did you find this stuff?"
Well, we don't have the hammer itself. This was recovered footage from when we were able to save, again, my associate's friend. We don't know where this hammer is or who outside of Shockwave would be in possession of it now. These recordings were from Shockwave.
I may have some information, but I'd like some more information from you first.
Well, I am sharing some very sensitive material with you already.
She leans forward. I know. I know more about this now that you told me something specific to it. Just haven't seen it, only heard of it. How
Well,
about this? I will share the information. She leans forward. That hammer, it's been rumored on Velocitron a few times that somebody had something here with a specific device that supposedly siphoned energy off of whatever was using it.
no, the hammer is massive, so it has to be wielded by someone capable of wielding it of that size.
She goes, about the artifact I showed you in 3 dimension. Do you know
Mhm.
anything more about it?
I do.
And she gestures to the tablet picture. Do you know what that says?
Do I know what it says? I do.
No, she's
Uh,
just asking kind of like a rhetorical question, like,
no,
"Do you think you
I'm.
know what it says?" And it's like even Carbine's like, without looking at it, I don't know. Just like
I'm. I mean, I can't
she's
see what
like
you're
probing
pointing
you.
to.
Yeah, she's probing you for more information about both things in a way. She goes, "I'm
I
gonna
would have to
share,"
see what you're pointing at.
and she flips the screen. Like in a sense, she brings up the image of the tablet. She goes, This says partial of something. We're not sure if it's correct." Even Carbine kind of looks at it and she goes, "I'm not sure even what that says. At least if take a little decryption time, I might be able to." But she's just kind of quietly looking at it, and Speedstar
I'll
kind of
be.
gestures. This.
I'll be candid with you, Speedstar. I can't read what that says, but if you give me some time, we might be able to work on some decryption algorithm for it.
I will give you this if you tell me, do you know where that artifact is at?
I do know where it is.
Is it safe? Away from him?
It is.
Enough said then. I trust you.
Thank you.
She pops up the tablet image. We'll finish this. From what we got, seen can be unseen. Looking through eyes. It's broken. We can't read it all. Even Carbine's like tipping her head, and you can see her moving back and forth trying to read this. And she goes, I think that's kind of what it does say. And
Well, as I said, we can work together on this and see if we can decrypt what it says.
I'll send you what
In
I
the
have.
meantime, yeah, dude, send that over. In the meantime, this person who might be in possession of the hammer on Velocitron, where might we find them?
Dead. When we
Okay,
found,
perhaps I should clarify. Who, you said there were people on Velocitron who may have been in possession of it. Are they all dead?
we're not sure.
Could you
And
tell me who may be alive that may have been in possession of it?
she pulls up in a small video file, and she goes, he was, at least until he died. And she plays it. His name is, and she stutters, was Magus. And you can hear this bot huffing, puffing, and it's like almost like he's got like a GoPro camera stuck on his shoulder because you can see the side of his head, and you can see him scrambling kind of through like a vent or a tunnel of some sort, and you can hear his voice. Yeah, we gotta find this. I know it's here. I saw it. I saw it. As long as that big bot's not there, I can get it and then bring it back to him. Yeah. He kind of sounds a little shifty, but he's. You could see the motion of the camera kind of goes into dark areas for a moment. You can hear him shuffling around. He comes to a vent. You can tell it's a vent now because there's the slits. And he goes, I don't think he's here. I don't, huh?
As the video's playing, I'm just saying out the speed start. Could you send me the coordinates of where this location was?
We don't know exactly, but the bot who found it, or what was left of him, thought it was just a camera. Just watch. As you see May just kind of push open the vent cover, and you can see him looking around. He's little beady optics, kind of like things on little ends, kind of beating around. Like, okay, I don't think he's here at all. I think they got him. He gets down. He goes, see it? There it is. You see the arc hammer kind of standing up on its head, with the hilt standing straight up. Now this thing's pretty big compared to Magus. So he walks over, he kind of walks and rolls. You can kind of hear what sounds like wheels as well. And he goes, now if I could just grab a hold of it and drag it out of here, I can move it. I know I can. I've done it. I tried to move it once and I just banged into it and it slid. Maybe I can just, and you can see, here, and you hear the, and you see a little grappling hook, and he pulls the hilt down, and it kind of falls over, makes kind of a thunk, and he looks around. Oh, okay, I better get out of here. And he goes to grab the hilt, and suddenly you could just hear him screaming, but you can't really see anything through the video anymore. It just, you could briefly see like sparking and arcing, and everything just dies out, and that's it. Camera shuts off, everything's gone.
So we really have no idea where this took place.
Well, from what we could tell, this is the closest ones that we got for coordinates. And she sends the coordinates to you. It just so happens to be where you found, well, at least in the vicinity of where Rex was when you guys found him as Crusher.
This is just too coincidental.
There was a ship that did leave at some point with, seemed like a lot of people were talking about it. Strange cargo. Nobody was to touch it except for specific crew of this one ship that everybody kind of knew that the tag on it was not, clean. So we watched it. We couldn't get a tracking tag, but some of the tracking that we did, kind of follow with our satellites, kind of went in a, not in a specific direction, but the way they flew almost reminded us of kind of like some of the old space pirates, or at least something like that.
Well, I at least know where I'm gonna be heading next. I'm gonna investigate this and see if we can figure out more about this hammer.
Well,
I get the feeling that following the trail of this is gonna lead us to our mutual foe.
well, as long as that artifact stays out of Shockwave's hands, that's good. This hammer, I will look into. I We'll see about what I can find in our network. There's been a lot of talk about different things. This is one of those unique items. Hopefully, it'll stand out.
Well, thank you for reaching out. I do appreciate it. If you
Well,
do find anything, or if you do need anything else, and I give her my personal contact number so she can reach out to me personally.
she sees it pop up on on her ARM console, and she goes, "Oh, we're trading numbers now, are we?" And you see her demeanor change.
So you're so you can easy. Bleh, I can't speak English right now because I'm distracted by the dogs. So you can easier reach me. Bleh.
Oh, I will easily reach you. Maybe you should drop by sometime and get to have some dinner. Maybe go
That
for a
does sound
race.
nice. I think I'd like that.
Very well.
But for now, off to work we go.
Yes. Uh, I need to go attend a few races. I do have to pay for this place still. And she goes, maybe next time?
Until next time.
And she just winks at you and turns off the comms.
I'll kind of pick up Carbine, kind of put her on my shoulder, and I'm going to beeline it to Void Striker.
While you're beelining it to Void Striker, Overload!
Yeah.
You're gonna get hugged by a bunch of Sparky. No, I'm kidding. You're standing there,
Brother!
yeah, with this large structure, and you have all these Spark Eaters around. And you can see there's openings, like doorways, or at least entryways into this spire. But there's a lot of spark eaters around. What would you like to do?
Uh, let's see. Because what are typically the effects of coming into contact with a spark eater, if there are any?
Well, right now you're in a memory state. These, it depends on you, really.
So try to avoid contact.
Probably be better.
I guess see if I can try to find an opening to get closer to the beam. Because I want to assume the beam is where I'm gonna find the main core.
Okay. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, give me a quick sec. Need to close something.
No!
Hey.
Oh, okay, voice wrecker. Don't worry.
Power go back.
Yeah, his power. And I've got a mosquito on my face. Hang on. Ah, get away from me. Thank you. With your perception, with advantage, because right now nobody sees you, you have the advantage on them.
Well,
You can kind of see what looks like there's bits of rubble here and there that are kind of blocking the views to where you might be able to get to one of the entrances pretty easily.
uh,
As you sit there and look around and you're perceiving everything, you notice not too far from you, though, also, there's a hatch. Pretty big one. Just kind of right near some rubble, right nearby you.
what are my chances that that's gonna lead me to the core, or I'm gonna get swarmed?
I don't know.
One way to find out. And I guess I'll move some of the rubble from off the hatch and check inside.
Well, that's the thing. There's hardly any rubble at all on top of it. Like, there's nothing really on it. It's like it just kind of was there.
Please let it be access to the mindscape. Please let it be access to the mindscape.
You open this hatch. It kind of makes a squeaking sound, but it's not super loud. It's not enough to attract anything. And you notice it's a passage, kind of lit, not super bright, but enough to you could. It's illuminated to where you can see just enough with your optics without having to turn on your lights.
Okay, I'll carefully get into it then.
You do. I want you to roll me a perception check. Sweet. You can see down this corridor pretty well. There's nobody. But it's like a straight shot going toward the core. It's almost like somebody's trying to aid you. And you can start hearing little whispering here and there. This way, over here. And you can hear it on and off, just kind of randomly kind of guiding you, like, go this way, go that way. Sounds.
Let's hope I'm not getting misleaded.
As you go down the corridor, you come to the end of it, and there's kind of a set of steps that come up to a door. But there's no doorknob, there's no handle. It's just a door.
Reach for where there would be a doorknob.
Give me a perception check. You don't feel a doorknob, but your hand kind of touches the door and it slightly glows a little bit where you touched it.
Slightly glowed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then how about if I put both hands onto the door?
Give me a strength check.
Hey,
Oh, sorry. Oh.
finally.
All right. As you do, the door kind of glows where your hands are, and it's almost like you can almost read what says in Cybertronian, access granted. And the door kind of almost pops, but instead of sliding to the left or right, it goes down. And you can hear it as it goes down. You can see a large room. There's pillars just on the outside of it. So you're on the outside of the pillars, but you're looking between some of them. You can see what looks like Rex floating in the middle of this light, but it's the Rex you currently know and see without the arm and part of the head. And it looks like he's in constant anguish and pain. Give me a perception check, please.
Alright.
Holy crap. With that, you hear that moaning scream, but it's really loud. You see something moving about in the shadows between the pillars and the shadows. You can you make it out. You know it's something akin to what looks like a spark eater, but something's different about it. And it hasn't spotted you yet.
Okay. It hasn't noticed me, but I'm guessing this is a wide room that has no coverage.
The only thing you got is these large pillars that are around it in a circle also. So it's kind of in the same thing. It's on the running, whatever this is, it's kind of running and climbing around in the shadows on beyond those pillars.
Then could I? Fuck, I know if I say, can I sneak up on it? I have to roll stealth. So I would have. Uh,
It doesn't know you're there currently, so
can I? I want to try to approach it by moving cover to cover.
okay.
Because I'm guessing, of course, if I go towards Rex, I'd be revealing myself. Actually, I think that's probably the better option.
Okay. Do you want to try and approach Rex?
Yeah, I'm also gonna keep my eye on the shadow, just so I know its position.
All right. You start to approach Rex. You kind of end up start walking up the ramp. You hear that moan scream super loud, and this thing has spotted you, and it jumps out. I'm going to leave it the way you have your perception. You can see this thing clearly. it lands kind of opposite on the opposite side, but around just a bit. So it's not, you guys don't have Rex directly in between you, but you're looking at something that looks like in a sense, a deformed Rex or mutated Rex with those Spark Eater parts on him, like the arm and the headpiece, but even worse state of himself. And he's a bit bigger. And you can hear at the same time that moan scream a lot of times is going off, Rex starts having anguish as well.
Are you trying to scare me?
And it just screams and thumps at the ground again, like it's trying to rage on you.
Hey, Rex. Still got your mind intact?
And you just hear him scream out in pain.
Are you really gonna lose this thing?
You can start to see him move around again and struggle a little bit now. And he overload, get out of here. And you can hear him just scream again.
What's our motto?
And the creature screams and thumps again, but this time it starts moving closer to you. And it's crunching the ground as it does it.
What's our motto, soldier?
And he's trying to mouth everything he can, and it's almost like the creature has a hold and is squeezing him, and you almost swear the creature is just laughing maniacally with a couple of its grunty sounds it's making.
I'm standing my ground until he says it.
Never.
I'm pretty sure I didn't have a comrade that was this, easy to defeat.
Creature is pretty close to you, and it tries to take a swipe at you. Let's see if it even hits you. He misses, because I know that missed, even at the height I have it set. Does a 20 hit you?
Now here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I still technically have the defense boost even though I don't have Aegis?
No.
Like mentally on me?
No. Aegis isn't.
Then it would hit me.
Yep. Okay.
Because my defense is only 16.
So in the dream state, mentally you're getting hit, not physically right now. So
psychic damage.
Yeah, in a sense, this is psychic damage right now. You receive 18 of it. And you hear Rex, never give. And he starts screaming again. And it's like he's trying to summon more and more. And you swear the beam of light that's kind of holding him up is flickering every once in a while. And this creature is staring at you, and he's going to try and take a swipe at you again. Does an 18 hit you?
Let's see. Is there anything I can do? So if it's a player, if it meets, does it cancel or does it still hit?
You would take wait, hang on. You're in the dream state, so it would in this state you're right now. You're canceling it.
So if I
It's
boost
like
it up
you're
to
leading.
18, it would fail.
Yeah,
The
it would
attack.
they just collide at this point because you're in a dream state. I forgot I worked it that way when I was
I
planning
show
this.
faith since I'm not raging. So, yeah.
Very nice. So the creature bounces off, and you can hear, "Never give up, never surrender, don't ever," and he screams again, and the light starts flickering more, and the creature kind of turns to him and turns back to you, and literally takes its. Oh wow! I'm assuming 22 hits you.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. 40.
Okay.
So
Well, but I'm guessing considering he's getting his Brian's back straight mind, would it be fine to do a reaction
Mhm.
to him? Considering
Yes.
he's getting in his straight mind now.
yeah, he's literally coming back around. Oh my god, you're gonna make me read all that? Oh, you're gonna rage.
Half damage. Would it be half damage? Since
Doesn't it say?
because it says resistance toward bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing, but I'm not sure. Is this
Yeah,
technically
he's-
psychic damage or would it be classed as piercing?
Well, in
That's
this
why I'm a
state,
bit
it's kind of both, but I will do it as half. I'll
Okay,
say it's
so you're
half because
taking 20.
I didn't think about that one, so I'm gonna do it that way. So you get hit, and that's when Rex, he can see you with his one optic. That's when he's really fighting. That light is flickering. And is there anything you want to do? Like, you can attack back now if you want. Like, do
Well,
more.
considering that he seems like he's now ready to fight.
He's trying to. Right now, he's still kind of being held by the light, but he is resisting even more. Oh, yeah.
Let me give you a helping hand. And then I'm going to rocket fist while this guy is up close to me. And since actually I can't really say that because well, actually, no, my attacks do have advantage because of rage.
Yeah, you're raging. I remembered that. I was like, no, you're raging. You're fine. I'm gonna say.
Oh, and I gain a
You hit
bonus to the damage roll. You have resistance. Do I actually?
Whoa. Okay. Yeah.
So wait, does it hit or do I?
Oh,
need
it hits.
to-
Yeah, you hit.
Okay.
The reason why is, and I'll explain to you
12.
after, actually.
And then because I was able to hit them successfully, I'm also going to proc this. So that way,
yeah,
he can't do it. He can't do jack to Rex if he does decide to attack him.
This creature will stumble back from your hit and kind of like shakes off a little bit and is just roaring at you. And you see Rex that light is flickering more and more. It's kind of like, almost like he's in a cage. Oh, sorry, my nose is. And you see he's kind of lowered back to the ground fully, but yet he's still being kind of held there. And he goes, and you can see him really fighting back. And you could just hear these words coming out of his mouth. "You will not cage me." And he's just raging inside himself, but he can't break free fully yet.
Good thing I have an extra attack.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god.
9. Well, actually, with my rage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't it double?
14, I think, and then 11.
Oh yeah. Holy crap. Okay, hang on. Get this off this. There we go. Okay, wow. Okay. So this creature stumbles back again, and again, it just roars and rages at you, and it's mad. And you can see what looks like Rex in this thing because the comparison between the two, but it's uglier than he is. So even with the arm and part of his head missing, that thing's still uglier than he is. So it's stumbling around a little bit, and it's just roaring at you. Do you have any other attacks? Or do you want to say something to Rex? Oh, sorry. You got
Although this isn't in the physical realm, I'm sure you can beat this shit out of this guy as well.
And you see Rex with his one arm slammed down to the ground like he's just mad. And he just stands up and he looks at you, and that light that's caging him, nobody cages us. And the one arm comes down, slams, and the light dissipates around him. And he kind of stands up and he goes, "It's time to rage myself." And you could see suddenly it's like his arm is back and his head is back. And he slams his fist into his other hand. And he stands up fully. And he looks at you. And then he looks at the creature. "It's time to get you out of my head."
Good to have you back, soldier.
I don't know how much I am back. Really tired of this. And you can see him standing there. "My turn." And he just, you can see it's almost like he increased in size, but he hasn't. It's just his output has increased. And you look around you, you can see this spire starts to change color a little bit more to a brighter color, like there's lights being lit up all around it. You can hear suddenly all the spark eaters outside screaming and like they're just losing it. And you can hear it, what sounds like they're coming down the tunnels that lead to the spire itself. And you see Rex standing there for a moment, and he goes, "I'm going to finish you once and for all." And let's see if oh, heck yeah, he does. Rex runs up, both hands, slams down on the top of the head of this thing, causing, holy crap, 42 damage. And then he uppercuts when he comes back up, slamming this thing back up into the air. Let's see. He kind of grazes it on the way up. He doesn't actually do any damage. And then he's got another. Okay, that one hits for sure. He slams again into the gut. And this thing gets bent over. Holy crap. 26 damage. This thing's kind of looking a little haggard a little bit, but it's still got all its faculties. He kind of steps back from it, and he's kind of near you now, Overload. And he looks over, he's watching it, but he kind of, I don't know how this is happening, and I don't know why, but let's get this thing out of my head. I know I'm in here, but this is weird. I don't like it. And the creature, let's see who he's going to attack. He wants somebody. He goes after Rex this time.
And he has disadvantage.
And the creature swipes out and misses Rex. Misses again. And misses again. Rex is just like, "Is this all you got? This can't be me." And he's just kind of like, "What is this?" And the thing's just roaring at both of you. Now it's you're up now, Overload. You get to have a few words with this thing.
Yes. Shalingus. 22
Oh my gosh.
and 17.
This thing, you take a good chunk of it out of its side as you hit it, and it's feeling it. You can see what looks kind of like Energon, and even Rex is like, ugh. I hope that's not in me.
Don't worry, I think most of it's out.
And he goes, well, you got any more in that? And he sits
Got a
back.
few more punches.
Oh, let's see what you got.
By that I mean I have like 3 rockets left, and it's not my turn. It's like end.
Oh, you're already out. Come on. So Rex
I
will
only
take
have 1 extra attack.
So Rex steps up. He's like, I got this. And he kind of hits it, but it grazes off again because it's moving around. The second one, he takes another strike at this thing, and he's literally punching the snot out of this thing. Its pieces are falling off as he strikes. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Holy crap. And the third one hits. This time he does like a huge uppercut because the thing looks down at him just at the wrong moment. And it's trying to scream, and he slams it up, and you swear it lost a few nuts and bolts because you hear something rattling around in its head now. And it looks like it's about to fall over almost. It's kind of stumbling around, but it's trying to still attack you guys. So, oh god. Oh, that's not even close. I know what that. Nope. Nope. Every attack it's tried, it's missing. Because it's so bad shape. Jesus Christ. So it's your turn, Overload. Oh my god. I can't believe that roll sucked that bad.
16. Yes! Double damage! So instead of it being +9, oh no, crits double the roll amount. So
Uh-huh. Finish him.
Ooh. Double rocket fist. And I'm gonna punch him upwards towards the light so that way he's caged. Or eviscerated, whichever or.
We'll see what happens here. You slam this thing so hard. You hear Rex behind, like down below. Okay, somebody got some upgrade. And you hear this thing just kind of gutturally, and it flies back, and it hits the beam of light. It's up higher when you hit it. You hit it so hard, it launched into it. And you see the other Spark Eaters coming out of the tunnels behind you, and they're coming all towards you guys. That Spark Eater that you just killed starts to de-res itself from the light that's burning it. And it just dissipates away. And as it does, you can kind of see Rex waver for a moment, and he kind of falls down on one knee. And you can see his one arm is gone, and part of his head's gone.
Is there? Because I'm really hoping I don't have to fight this alone.
And as you do, he stands kind of up, stumbling, and he walks to where the light is. And he stands in it willingly. He walks into it, and he's like, he just kind of gestures. He doesn't say a word to you, and he just stay there, kind of look. And he reaches up with one hand, and suddenly the beam of light comes down, and it's like it slams into the base and shoots out like a ring as all the spark eaters completely derez and they're just getting destroyed, and it's becoming quiet, but you hear a breeze like wind blowing through. It's very quiet and it's very peaceful, and you can see Rex standing there, and he walks over to you. Suddenly the surroundings are brighter, it's more open, and you end up, the whole scenery changes as he comes walking down to you, and it's kind of like an open field. It's like you're like looking at like grass, but you can see what looks like Cybertronian buildings in the backdrop in certain areas, and roads, like it's peaceful and calm. And he stops in front of you and goes,
We trashed that son of a scrap.
and he kind of chuckles, yeah, we did. Well, you more did. I see you got some upgrades. At least, are those upgrades outside of this place?
Times have a bit changed, as I'm just gonna like pulse my rockets.
Yeah.
Some improvements had to be made, though not drastic, at least.
And he kind of reaches over with his other arm. Some of us improvements, and he kind of touches his open head a little bit lightly, and he goes, "Some of us not so much upgrade."
Don't worry. When we get back, we have someone that can definitely patch you up. Probably make you better as well.
Better would be good.
Oh, and expect a bit of a change to your gun. I had to get a bit of a better improvement.
And you could see, you swear he's trying to raise an eyebrow on the side that's missing, but he's just looking at my gun. Really? My gun? You still have
Well,
it?
yeah. It was a bit scrapped up, so I had to repair it.
It was
And
scrapped up, and you kind of see him losing it for a moment. And he's like, and he goes, you see him going off like, my gun was scrapped up. What happened? You know what? I need to move
it's
on. It's just,
it's it's still fine. I just gave it a bit of an upgrade.
I can make him a new one.
He has his gun. It's literally called Rex's shotgun pistol. It's his. It's not mine.
Meanwhile,
If you replace all the parts, is it still the same gun?
Well, I didn't really replace the parts. I just added an attachment.
Rex kind of stands there though, and he looks at you for a moment. It's in good hands. I don't think I'm gonna need it too much. I had a
It's
lot
a
of time.
signature thing.
I know, but I don't feel like this much anymore. I have something to tell you that I don't think you'll be liking what I tell you. And he kind of flashes back to a moment, and you're there. And it's kind of like you're both in black and white watching this happen. Everything else is color, but you guys are standing there, and you're like, it's a moment in his memory. And he still doesn't have his armor as part of his head, but in this memory, he's all there. But you're watching it like you're watching a movie where he's getting orders to go and destroy a planet, in a sense of killing off the small robots. and you can see his demeanor. For you, that's the one standing next to you, Rex, standing next to you, like he is feeling shame. You can see it on him. I never should have went. I never should have done this. I had a lot of time to think. Even though in pain, I had a lot of time. I figured what happened to me was the spark, all sparked in a sense, just telling me this is what's going to happen to you. I figured I was getting punished. And you can see Rex getting the orders and things kind of speeding along. You see him on the Minicon planet. You can see this Rex. He's not like the Rex you see in your fights where he's blasting away, he's kind of laughing at times like, yeah, we could take them, and really pushing. This Rex is very quiet, very off put, like there's no emotion there at all. Like he's just angry at the situation. And you can see him shooting things, but he's not exactly shooting particularly at bots or certain spots. He's just shooting. You can see in what his memory shows him all these other Decepticons around him just grabbing Minicons, either stepping on them or ripping them apart. And he goes, I went and did this mission alone. Not with any of you, not even the squad. I made a mistake. I never should have. Never should have gone.
I have a question. Am I able to focus on where Rex is shooting to see if his bolt's connected with anything?
Yes, you can do a perception check for it. You see everything. Yet he's hitting.
His third eye is opened.
There is
So
it's almost like he's intentionally missing.
So my question is, did he miss and not hit any minicon?
He intentionally shot in spots. Because he's a good shot, just he intentionally missed the shots to make it look like they got hit, but they didn't. You can see in his memory that there is something going on, and he kind of goes over in the memory, and you guys are standing still. You're kind of getting just dragged along. You don't even have to walk. You're just kind of sliding. You're not doing any damage. You're just moving. You're like ghosts to them. And
no clipping, man. Hell
yeah, you're literally, that's what you are. You're no clipping through everything. And you see in his memory, and he picks up a Minicon, and instead of like crushing them, he puts them into like a cage. And he's got this regretful look on his face as he's doing it. Whereas this other Decepticon right nearby is just like laughing maniacally. And he puts, like, he doesn't throw them in, he kind of just like drops them in and he closes it. He walks away, and you can hear them he can hear the Minicons just beeping away, just going off, and nobody understands them. And you can kind of see Rex turn back, like, I'm sorry, look. But he hides it so that the other Decepticons don't see it. As he walks along, he goes, there was one thing. I hope that they got off this planet safely. And you can see a ship. Not very big, but it's big to a minicon. As it starts to fly away, you see one of the Decepticons turn and start shooting it. Now, Rex and this other Decepticon are kind of further away. They're not really seen by anybody, but they see this ship and he starts firing. It kind of hits this ship. And Rex turns to him. That same shotgun blows the head off of the Decepticon. And looks around. Nobody'll care. And he kind of holsters his shotgun and walks away. As he does, he notices something moving amongst the rubble. And he kind of brushes away. This tiny little minicon is kind of struggling to move along, and the thing is freaking out. You can hear, and he's like, and he puts his one finger up, like, shh, quiet. And this thing is tiny in his hands, and he kind of curls his hand over, and the thing's freaking out, like he thinks he's gonna crush it. And he goes, I didn't kill it. And suddenly you see him open up a compartment on his chest, a small one, and he goes, shh, climb in. You'll be safe. And it closes up. Later on, you see him being ushered onto a shuttle of some sort that they had. They're kind of familiar looking. They kind of look like some of those cargo ships and stuff that you guys have boarded on. Just depends on what kind and when and where. He kind of looking around shiftily, like, and you can kind of hear a few taps, and he's like, shh, like tapping his chest lightly. And the memory moves on even further, and he's in a place, and it looks familiar to you. You automatically, this is your quarters. You know his quarters. You know what they look like. And he's sitting down on his cot. And you can hear him in this memory. I wish you were there, buddy. And that moment, he hears the tapping, he opens up, and the little tiny minicon steps out, looks at him, and he kind of is like, what are you trying to say, looks. And it's like, I mean, this thing is tiny compared to everything around him. And he's sitting there, and he's trying to understand this. And you're looking at this little minicon, and it looks a little familiar. I might know somebody who might be able to help. And he goes, just stay safe. And he gets a knock, and you hear this voice on the other side. It's nothing familiar to you. And he kind of, the minicon disappears, and he just kind of like, that's enough of that right now. There is one, it's in stasis somewhere. Whether it's still alive is another question. Hopefully nobody ever found it. I ask one thing of you. Can you find him? I don't even know what his name is.
Is he asking me that?
Yeah, he's asking you, Overload. It's kind of dark around you right now, but it's like you're still in his quarters, but it's kind of faded down in darkness.
First of all, I do not blame you for going on that mission. I refused that call. But because of you, from what I saw, you never intended to kill any of them. You did have to follow orders. So at least none of them suspected you of having feelings or remorse.
Yeah,
And if
but
you
I
probably
still
weren't
did it.
there, a lot more would have been killed.
I remember one. She was freaking out a lot. I don't know if she fully remembers me, but they probably hate. Well, they do hate us. I bet they do. It doesn't matter. I deserve what I got. And you can see him reach over where his arm's missing. Maybe more. All this was probably, well,
Those mini cons probably knew that you were in a situation where you didn't want to do this, but you had to. So maybe if you give given a chance, they'd probably want to thank you, if anything, for not ruthlessly killing them like some of the others.
yeah, maybe so. But
As for that little one, as I'm pointing towards the area where it was, with that one, I can explain more when we get out of here.
yeah, this is still weirding me out. By the way, is my arm and my head this messed up? And you see
Uh,
him change attitude a bit just to change the subject.
Before your situation, well, before the surgery, yes, but you should be perfectly fine for the most part.
All right, why don't we get out of here? By the way, how do we get out of here?
That was a good question. I don't know myself. I'm also hoping this doesn't have some kind of longing effect on me. I have not done this before.
As you are sitting there, you kind of feel like, okay, it's time to go. And Rex kind of looks at you and goes, hang on, I think I got it. And I'll see you on the other side. And he puts out his good arm to shake yours. I'll
It's
see
good
you
to
on
have
the.
you back. As I'm just gonna grab it.
And he looks at you. Good to be back, brother. And all of a sudden, everything digitizes. And you both. It's like you get funneled back to your body. You were never out of it, but you were getting pulled back. And you're back in your body. And you can see Aegis is like sitting on your chest looking at you and like ready to poke you in the head. Like, are you alive? What is your spark okay? Like he's sitting there. It's like, Felix, I don't think this has worked. Uh, it seems like everything's normal. Everything went up a little bit, and then everything was fine. And
I'm just gonna have like a major fucking just like shock course to my body, like. Ugh.
nah, what did I do? Did I do that, Felix? And Felix looks at the monitor, and he kind of looks over. Really?
I guess that's what's called an out of body experience.
He just is standing up on you. Oh, I would turn you into scrap right now. Right now. And he's just so angry at you.
What did I do?
Scared the life out of me. Pink, and he pokes you in the head. And he's like, don't do that again.
This is the first time I've had an out of body experience. What do you expect from me?
And he starts to poke you, but he stops. And it's like he's gesturing with his finger, like he's trying to say something. And you just get this overwhelming feeling from him of, you scared the fucking shit out of me, you dumbass. I don't want to lose you. And you know he's trying not to like show any emotion, but he's just like just
And besides, I said I wasn't gonna perish. I mean, hey, I brought my friend back. As I'm just gonna like nudge towards Rex.
Felix looks over. Oh, you were successful then. This is good. And Rex starts to come
Had to
around. You
knock
see him
some
move.
sense in them.
Or out of me. Oh. And he goes, now I feel the pain. And he goes, this is weird with one optic. I'm gonna have to get used to this. You can see him actually like blink his one optic, and he goes,
You won't have to get used for it too long. One of my friends should be able to help with that.
Felix sits him up in the seat, but Rex is still tethered down, and he tries to move his arm. And oh, is this necessary now? And Felix like, sorry, we had to take precautions.
Yeah,
and he
we
turns him
didn't
off.
want your other half to, snip our heads off.
Aegis is kind of sitting there on the table with you, opposite of Rex, and he goes, so this is your buddy Rex? And he's kind of pointing toward him.
Yep, been my buddy since I actually began. When I was part of the war.
Rex kind of looks down with the one optic, and you could see it kind of go wide. And he goes, are you?
Right.
And he looks at you, looks back at Aegis, and Aegis like,
something
hello?
I kind of forgot to mention. We may or may not have some mini-con buddies.
You could have warned me. And you see him get nervous. Like, he just kind of waves at him. Hello? Is he going to be like this the whole time with me?
He hasn't exactly experienced mini-cons being friendly towards them currently.
Yeah. Maybe we'll leave that till later. And he's kind of gesturing with the one hand. And he goes to kind of sit up a bit more, and he tries to use the non-arm, and he kind of falls a bit, and Felix catches him. He says, whoa, easy. And Rex sits back up, and he goes, guess I'm going to have to get used to one optic and one arm right now.
Yeah, for a short while. Aegis, do you think you can get little one?
Yeah, sure. Give me a moment. I think she's with the other minicons, maybe. He goes wandering off, leaving you guys for a moment. We're going to switch over to Void Striker, who is probably going to have Gilgamesh bump into him just a moment here.
Yeah, can we say it's like during that whole dream sequence, this is going to be what we're going to go do?
Yeah, this is what you guys are going to be doing during that whole thing. In that dream sequence, it only actually didn't take that long. It really was very fast paced because they're in a processing situation. But you guys are doing this stuff during that moment. So, Void Striker, you there? Breaker 19.
What you doing, buddy?
What's Void Striker doing? He's on.
I've been walking around the station performing maintenance.
Yeah, you're probably fixing all the stuff that Overload broke.
So yeah, Gilgamesh is gonna just come find you and just be like, hey, we got a last known on that special little hammer that was in that video. Wanna go take a look?
Possibly.
Well, I'm gonna be heading that way now, so you can come with me now, or you can just hear about it later.
Is this one of those bonding experiences I dread, or is this more or less you'd rather back up in case something goes wrong, or do you just want transport?
Little column A, little column B.
If you start, as the humans say, singing Kumbaya, I'm banning you from the space bridge.
What the hell's Kumbaya?
I don't
And what's
know.
a human?
It's under the same file as campfire songs.
Why do you know that?
Oh
It's
my
data.
god.
It's information. Why wouldn't I want it?
He just shrugs. Alright, we're going to Velocitron anyway. Didn't you want to swing by there for something?
Yeah, so I wanted to experience local culture to see how it's evolved since the last time I was there.
Well, we're going that way anyway, so when we get done investigating, we'll go grab a bite to eat.
Alright
Yes.
then.
Fair?
Do you have everything you need?
I'm always carrying everything I need.
And the little one is still sitting there writing on Scrapper, and he just comes in. Oh, there you are. Been looking for you. And you hear her beeping. Just, and it's like, don't give me that. Just come on. Somebody wants to meet you. By the way, guys, Rex is awake, and I was sent here to get her. Come on. And she's like,
Might pay to do
fine.
a quick scan on him now that he's awake. Do you mind waiting for a bit before we head off, Gilgamesh?
He just kind of shrugs. Alright.
You can go wait at the comm center with Kiara and Varish if you want. Just wait.
Yeah, he's just gonna start walking that way, just casually, just kind of hands in his pockets, so to speak.
He just kind of looks at you and it's like, now I see why all the bots like him. Whoa. Okay. Come on. And she kind of fine. He picks her up and kind of cradles her like a little baby, considering his size to her. And Scrapper looks up at you, Void Striker, like, great. Now what?
I'll just skip up Scamper as I go past him on my shoulder.
Scamper. Why did I say Scrapper? Man, my brain's been watching too many Transformer things lately. And
Because I keep talking about how I want a pet Scrapper.
this is gonna happen somehow. I know it will. So he just goes, "Let's go," and he walks over. You guys get to the med bay, and he walks through the door, but only after Void Striker goes in first. And you're massive compared to everybody else in that room, Void Striker. So Rex is like, "Whoa, who's he?"
He's your doc.
Oh, I thought he was my doc. By the way, you look
They're
really
both your
familiar.
doc.
Wait, but he's an Autobot. And Felix kind of turns X. Cybertronian. That's what we're going by.
How far back does your friend remember?
You should remember more or less everything. At least up until the point I lost him. Unless he remembers more,
So
which I don't
then
know.
you possibly didn't inform him that sides no longer matter.
Wasn't really able to get most of the detail in, fighting with his inner self and such.
And he kind of gestures, "Hey, I'm right here."
I mean, I'm not wrong now, am I?
You're right. He just kind of blows it off. But, who are you? I know him as Felix. You still look really familiar. I don't know why.
I am Void Striker.
Boyd's right. Are you dead?
He gets that a lot.
Well, I
Nah.
suppose during the period where you're active, you might have seen me more like I'll activate my disguise self and disguise myself on how I was when I first met Overload.
He looks at you. Rex is just staring at you like, nope, don't ring a bell. Just kind of looks like, maybe I had too much energon then. Wait, were you the one sitting in the corner? And he's just kind of like, like, you look
You'll
really
have to
familiar
be
that way.
more specific.
Well, okay, never mind. I'm not going to bring that moment up. And he tries to wink at you, Overload, and not realizing he doesn't have that half of his head. And it looks awkwardly like he's staring at you. And he's grinning like an idiot.
I'll disengage my disguise self.
Another thing you should know, he is still a bit of a bucket of bolts.
Alright, I'm right here.
I know you are.
Well, then, now that you are more conscious, shall we get a more thorough scan of you done?
Sure. Is this gonna hurt?
Only if you want it to.
Alright. What do you need me to do?
Just sit there. I'll initiate my scans.
He sits still. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Just a more proper general scan of how everything is functioning now that he's normal.
I will tell you without having to roll anything. He seems in almost perfect shape, except for the arm and head missing, and maybe a little bolts loose in the memory there. Just a
After
little.
the generalized checkup, I'm going to do a scan of his missing arm and half of his face, so then I've got the data to reconstruct them later.
He sits still and he goes, we're kind of done. At this moment, this is when Aegis walks in, kind of steps out from behind you with the little one in his arms. And on the monitor, Void Striker, you pick this up real quick because you're scanning him. His systems kind of start like it's like when a human has their heart pumping. In his sense, the system starts to rise and show elevated everything. And he doesn't say anything. He's just wide optic staring. But your guys are picking. You and Felix are picking this up. And Aegis said, "Yeah, I brought the little one, Overload." And he's just kind of sitting there like, and he just doesn't notice Rex looking at her, kind of funny. But the little one, you can kind of hear a low beep,
By the
and
sounds of it, it's time for the reunion.
Aegis kind of looks down at her, and she's crying. Rex kind of, as big as you are, Void Striker, he kind of pushes you to the side slowly, but not like he's trying to shove you. He just kind of moves you to the side more, and he kind of gets down off the bed wobbly, but he gets down, and he leans way down because he's your size, Overload, so he's massive compared to this tiny little mini con, and he gets way down to her height, and one optic looking directly at her. The first time you ever see him show emotion and just say something, and you hear him in a wavery voice, "I'm sorry." And he sheds a tear. The little one stands up in Aegis's hands and he kind of holds her with both, and he's like, and she just kind of stands there looking at this one optic, looking at him back and forth, and she just kind of reaches out, and there's a few beep sounds, and she's just hugging him, at least a part of him. It's quiet for a moment, and Aegis is just sitting there, and Aegis knows what she said. And you hear a few more beeps from her, and she steps back, and you can see her do gesturing to her face, and he kind of laughs a little bit. Yeah, I guess I am pretty messed up, huh? And he kind of does the same gesture and the arm, and you can see her kind of smile and laugh, even though they're kind of crying still, but they're just sitting there for a moment, communicating without saying really words as much as movement and the reaction to what they're signing back and forth. It's not any kind of sign language you guys have seen. It's just the way they communicated. Aegis is still standing there, and he goes, "You went?" And his overload, you can tell his demeanor, Aegis's demeanor has changed a bit. And Rex kind of turns, and the little one kind of looks back and beeps at Aegis. And you can see Aegis, still holding the little one in one hand, pulls out the axe, and he's like, very slowly, and this thing's radiating energy right now.
He went, but he did not kill. If he was a monster, did you think I would not have let him live in there?
Even the little one kind of leans over enough she can touch the battle axe and like put it away. You can hear her beeping. And he's not saying anything. He slowly puts it back, and he's just staring at him. And he kind of lifts her up and lets her kind of like climb up onto the seat next to you, Overload. And she's kind of standing there watching Aegis. He just turns and walks out of the room. He goes like toward the crew quarters. Doesn't say anything.
You'll have to give him some time. He doesn't quite like the ones that were a part of that mission.
The little one, you can hear her beeping and kind of tapping you in the leg, Overload. And she kind of looks, and she's pointing toward Rex, and she's trying to gesture toward you like she's trying to tell you something, but you can't understand her.
Do you wish to get closer?
And she's like, she shakes her head, no, like, no. She's trying to tell you something, and she's like 1 second, and she points to you, Void Striker, and she taps on you, like she's trying to reach you, Void Striker. And she's trying to tap on you, like, hey.
I'll kneel down.
And
I'll display a little holographic computer in front of her so she can type what she wants to say.
And she's like, yay! Like she puts up both little hands and she starts typing.
Yeah, I need a translator. I can't understand.
And she starts typing, and she goes, Aegis mad at him?
Uh, yes, because of him being when that event took place.
And you see her typing. He saved me and many other.
That may be the case, but Aegis is different story.
Types
Little
again.
one, it's a lot harder to forgive when your spark is full of sorrow and hate.
Aegis is Aegis. Aegis is guardian. Aegis pain.
That is why he is upset. He was not able to defend.
Think of it this way, little one. He has a scar on his spark, and it is yet to heal.
You are all sitting there and not realizing Aegis has come back in the room, and he's just kind of there for a moment, and he looks at Rex. She may trust you. I don't. And he takes from him, do you have anything to do with him? And he throws down, and it slides across and in front of Rex as well, kind of all landing in front of you. That little part, or that thing that transformed Atlas down to this state, which is no longer Atlas, it's just this disc-like formation. And he kind of walks back out of the room. Doesn't say a word. He just leaves it. The little one looks down, and you hear her beeping, and she taps on you, Void Striker, like me down.
I'll put her on the ground.
As you take your big hand, and she kind of literally stands on your finger, you lower her to the floor, and she kind of hops off, and she runs over to it. She touches it, and it's big, but she can lift it pretty easily. And she looks at it, and she reads what's on it, and she looks up, and she hugs it, and she literally takes it and puts it on her back, and she kind of gestures to you, Void Striker, type.
I'll bring the holo computer down to her.
She types, "This was Atlas, our rescue ship. He was the escape, one of our big guardians. He's no longer." And she points to Rex for a moment. He stopped. Bad one. Typing very slowly, doing that. I saw it. Rex is quiet the whole time. He's just looking shameful still. He just kind of like, oh, great.
Wait. In the memory, it was him and another Decepticon that was shooting at the ship, yeah?
Yeah, it was the other Decepticon was the one that was shooting. And he shot the Decepticon.
Considering I was there, do I have a recording of inside the memory?
Not really. You don't really record. You do remember it by what
Well, I do
you
remember it.
remember it, but recording it would be a little different inside of there. So you would remember it.
Right,
Just
I was thinking more of Destiny. So,
yeah, not that way.
Uh,
No, sorry. This one
yeah,
works a
sorry,
little
yeah.
differently. So you
No, your
retain
ghost
your
was
own.
not there to record it for you.
No,
Yeah,
sorry.
fuck.
He just wasn't in there to help you. Sorry. Be glad he wasn't. He might have killed Rex. So,
He wasn't the one to shot Atlas.
and she types no.
Not only did the little ones see, but I saw firsthand as well. I may have not been there, but while I was in there, I saw what happened.
She looks at
During
you kind of funny though. Like, huh? She doesn't understand what happened because she wasn't there for the memory thing. She's just looking at you, huh?
for all that really matters, he never harmed a single one of your people.
No, he didn't. Excuse me, he did not.
By the way, while this is going on, with my other hand, I'm going to be slowly making her like a smaller, transportable little hollow computer.
And you said Aegis is out of the room, or is he still inside?
No, he walked out literally. He kind of went up through the minicon. He came out through the minicon doorway and he went out where the minicon lab technically is now. And he walked out. You don't know exactly where he's at right now. He's not even communicating with you at all. You don't really sense anything right now.
Oh wait, hold on. Actually, there was a way to correct the situation, because Aegis was able to look into my memories. Yeah,
Yes.
before. If he was able to look into my memories, can I send out a memory to him?
I guess you could try it.
I mean,
I mean,
'cause-
isn't that just like telepathically communicating?
Yeah.
well,
whether
it's more
he
of like
was-
because since I was in his memory, I remember that, meaning it's now
Do
part
you
of
want me
my
to roll
memory.
anything, by the way, to making this little computer thing?
Yeah, actually, go ahead. And what do you got that you can roll to have some fun with building stuff?
Well, whatever I'm, rolling,
I'm more
Oh, you're
imagining
fine.
it's a text-to-speech device.
and that.
So I'm wondering,
I think you were
since
fun with
it's
the
part of-
first roll.
Come on, please. No,
So it's-
you know that'd be great if it's a text-to-speech device.
Oh, that's what I'm planning on making.
They're having
Yeah,
fun
that's what I'm
with
saying. Like
text-to-speech.
that's what's
Great.
gotta
So,
be.
so what do you want me to
Yes.
Oh my god. Let me see. This thing's not going to be that complicated to do, but
It's a text-to-speech device. That's it.
yeah. Let's see.
roll? Want me
What
to
can we
intelligence
roll?
then?
I'm afraid to ask you if I said roll a D100, you roll another 2 just because it doubled it. Just roll me a D20. That's fine.
Just a D20?
Yeah, yeah, just a D20.
Well, I will make this with the thing that I get.
So it's
Well,
just
what
it's not gonna have a
proficiency,
pleasant voice. It's gonna sound
No.
like the Emperor.
Mr. Anonymous,
What
donated
did you just
100
say?
bits. Hi, Mr. Streamer. I wish to say that I hope you have a
You know-
lovely
you know
psych.
what,
Oh my god. Okay. Flash of genius, of course. Okay, you create that real quick, and she kind of takes it from
I
you,
believe
voice
with
striker. She's
that,
like,
it's a total of like 21, I think.
"Oh, shut up! It's created, okay? It's got a nice voice. How's that? A decent one."
Much better.
Hello, my name is Mark. Wait, what? She looks at it and she's like, ooh. But no, she is sitting there and she looks up at you, Overload, and kind of like, sorry, I got a bug in my face now. Yeah, bug likes me. And she's kind of like, she types on the thing and it starts to talk. Aegis in pain, right?
Emotionally, yes.
Him hardhead.
I'm hoping with clear clear evidence that he would change his mind about his stance.
He wasn't there. He was elsewhere. Him angry.
Rex,
He kind of perks up and looks over at you. Yeah.
I'm only gonna do this if you allow me to, but me and Aegis have a connection, you could say. And we can kind of interact with each other's thoughts. So I can access his memories, and you can access mine.
Okay.
Would you be fine with me showing him what I saw in there?
I don't know if that would help him. He seemed pretty mad. I expect
That's
that.
why it's your choice. You can either keep it as it is, or go with chance and see if you'll be better or it could be worse.
Well, what could be worse? Him chopping my head off with that wild looking battle axe of his?
I mean, if he tries to swing at you with your axe, I'm willing to lose an arm for that. I understand we're matching.
We'll deal with it if it comes to that, but that's my decision then. Not yours. Understand? And he's dead serious with you, like, don't you dare interfere.
Then are you fine with me showing?
Just show him then. And he sits back a bit. And the little one kind of walks over to Rex. And he kind of puts his hand down and he picks her up slowly with just the one hand. And she's just looking at him. And she starts gesturing instead. She doesn't use the thing. And it's like he just starts kind of giggling. It's like they understand each other, but they're not saying anything and they're not communicating any other way. Just simple little sign language.
Well,
That
with
they
my
cre-
part done, I'm gonna give the scans over to Felix and go over to the communications deck.
Felix just lets you know he'll keep an eye on him and check him regularly and let you know if there's any change.
You'll notice as you walk by that their Gilgamesh and Carbine have been leaning against the door behind Overload that whole time.
Carbine's just like, he just pissed.
Well, on the way past that, I'm just gonna give you a quick double tap on the shoulder to let you know I'm good to go.
Kiara's got you all
Yeah,
geared
and-
in for Velocitron.
Yeah, just gonna make my way to the bridge here and just get ready to go.
She fires up the space bridge and she sends you two through. And you pop out on the other side at one of the known space bridge access points where they have normal spots where you enter and exit. And you come out to
So
a commerce
how far
area.
are we? How far are we from the coordinates that were given to me?
She placed you as close as they would allow you to get with the closest space bridge. So you're not too far. You're probably about 3 or 4 blocks away, depending on how you proceed. Because you're in like a commerce area. It's a little different. It's you can see market, like little booths set up, bots
Question:
selling
how
stuff.
high are we?
Right now you are sitting, good question. This space bridge accesses up a little higher. It's more for what looks like aircraft to come through.
So we're standing on like a large like helipad.
Yeah, in a sense, you're up on a larger pad. The space bridge is there, but it's you could tell it's designed more for aircraft to come through. So
there's
you
a
are,
bunch of aerial bots and seekers and stuff.
yeah, you'll see regular ones. Most of them are patrolling, but you'll see a few that are flying along normally, just doing either cargo runs or they're going to a location or destination.
Well, coordinates
So-
put us not far from here, so we can either.
Do you want to
Shall
walk
I-
or do you want to fly?
I'll be honest. I think it might be better to walk, get a lay of the land.
So to the ground floor then.
To the ground floor.
With
Do
that,
you-
I'm just gonna step off the edge.
Show off.
Well, I'm a flyer. I don't
I'm
have
just
to
gonna
take
I'm just
steps.
gonna jump and follow him down.
Some of the bots look over like
I'm a daredevil like that, bro. Like I don't roll like that.
One of the bots sees this void striker, this huge bot, kind of walk off the edge, and they just kind of all like, is he gonna, like, you can hear this.
And they,
Oh my god! Look at him go! Look at that! Oh my!
they just
spark!
see me kind of casually walk towards the edge, and I kind of give them a little smirk, and I just dive off.
A couple of the bots are like, "Ooh, isn't he cute? Oh wow, look at him go!" Ooh, and they're just like, and
Right
you
before
can
I
just,
hit the ground, I'm gonna activate my retro thrusters. Because if
You-
I hit that ground without slowing down, I'm gonna damage something very badly.
you come down. Thankfully, you're in a cargo path, so there's nobody really there. If there were, it would be cargo. Thank God I rolled for that. And you can hear your thrusters. And it's like you come to a nice little chink chink as you land.
I'm just gonna extend my arm because I know what Gilgamesh's reflexes are.
What's Gilgamesh gonna do on the way down?
I'm using my blade to basically grind my way down to the bottom a little slower, so I can easily just jump down and not have to land in someone's arms.
Oh my
No,
god!
I put my arm out there so you could use it to fucking jump off if you wanted to.
Oh my god! Grind off of Void Striker. Okay, just because you're doing it, I want to put some athletic something in there. Just
I'll do it.
do it. I want to see this.
All right.
Come on, good roll.
Athletics.
Yeah, or acrobatic.
Well,
Either
I would
one.
say, I would say, wouldn't
Acrobatics.
it be acrobatics?
Let's
since
do
he's
it.
doing
Yeah,
a trick?
yeah. Let me do acrobatics then.
Do that.
Yeah.
I like that better because it sounds so much.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, because if it was the choice between the two, I would definitely want acrobatics.
You're
Yeah,
welcome for the
acrobatics.
choice.
Thank you. Now, you do some sweet grinding. Describe how you do it all the way, because I'm going to let you do that part.
So I dive off head first, go straight down, pull my blade, and I'll turn in, slamming my blade into the side of the building and use it to grind down slowly. And once I reach a certain point to where I can jump off, I'll kick off the building, kind of front flip into it, and land 3-point style down onto the ground. Especially with that acrobatics check, yeah, I'm putting flavor on it.
As you do, make this beautiful land. You got Void Striker standing there making this pose, and suddenly you hear a bunch of clapping and hooting and hollering, like whistle sounds and stuff. And you see a crowd just watching you.
I just sheathe my sword as I'm looking at Void Striker. I landed better.
Didn't realize we were going for points.
Sometimes you gotta have a little fun doing it.
So now you're on the ground level. You got all these people clapping and cheering. Yay, yay.
So yeah, we're just gonna
I
start
think
walking.
it's very
in...
impressive. A bot my size landed very gently.
Yeah. They were just watching Gilgamesh do his, style in there.
You used your thrusters to land that one. I landed it with grace and style.
You're just jealous that I actually have thrusters.
Maybe a little.
As you're both coming down and walking into the crowd, you get Gilgamesh kind of gets swarmed a little bit with, "Hey, can you sign my card?" And one of them, "Can you sign my bauble?"
Can you sign my face?
I was tempted.
I knew you were gonna do it.
And then
I just kind of wave him. I'm sorry. I got places I gotta be right now, but thank you.
oh, please, please, please. And Void Striker, you kind of get tugged on by somebody. "I'd like your autograph." And
Is it a random or somebody you know?
oh, it's somebody you know. And you can
Might
see
not a
this.
friend, isn't it?
Ooh, is it his newfound girlfriend?
Yeah, and he's standing there. You didn't tell me you were coming to Velocitron, and she hits you on the leg really hard. "Next time, tell me. I got questions." And she stomps like a little child.
I'm just gonna pick her up, put her on my shoulders, like, well, you can ask them on our way then.
Oh, okay. Okay. And she kind of waves down at you. "Hi, Gilgamesh." She's way up in the air, just like, okay.
I'm just kind of like looking up and just casually, just kind of waving back. Just okay. I didn't know we were gonna bring along people, but that's all right.
So she leans over to Void Striker. Gilgamesh, you can kind of hear her. "So how does this your healing work?" And then also, "Hey, I've got some experiments I've been working on, and I don't know. Can
We're
I bounce
walking
them
and
off you?"
talking while this is happening.
Yeah, it's
I'm
all
not
happening.
standing here for
Yeah,
this.
you're moving along in the
Oh,
crowd.
I 100% did not stop when you got
Yeah.
swarmed. I kept
Yeah.
walking.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just one of those. It's like, and she's just chatting away in your audio receptor, just like, and hey, do you think a wormhole is possible to be stable if we adjust this? And she's just going on all about, and you realize she's just a freaking nerd. She's a
For
geeky
every
nerd,
question she answers, I will answer with all the knowledge I have.
and she's like, "So it's possible to open up a black hole without sucking in the entire universe in that tiny little black hole, right?" And she's like, so she's like going off, and she's like writing everything down. She's like, fascinating.
I mentally say, ask Carbine, is this how all you scientists kind of talk to each other?
And Carbine kind of tips her head up because she's doing her camo thing into you, and she kind of blends. She just kind of tips her head up. Yeah.
Because I don't understand a word of it.
Carbine's like, "It's okay, I do." And she tips her head back down. She kind of keeps her ears. You can see her little tufts twitching every once in a while, listening. You guys get close to the location. You're kind of getting more like into the seedier section again. And
Well, the moment we start getting to the tedious stuff, I'm going to put it down and tell her that I'll catch up later.
And she's like, "Oh, but I have so many." And she's like holding up a tablet. And she's like, "Oh." And she looks around for a moment. "Oh, I'll call you." She immediately, you hear her transform. Gone. But you get a little emoji thing with a little heart and like smoochy face. And she's like, "Oh, I didn't mean it that way, but yeah."
So Carbine and I are gonna do perception. She's just gonna give me advantage on this one, just to make it a little easier.
Sure.
So 19.
You see the
Yeah, like what's the terrain looking like here? Like, are we seeing any CD figures here that are looking at us?
This is the odd thing. It seems a little. You see, like the normal, what would be thieves. You can recognize them. You're Gilgamesh. You know this stuff. They're just kind of like the lower ones. You don't see like somebody kind of who would not be where they should be, or somebody who's sitting there and they are trying to blend in, but they're actually like a doorkeeper. You don't really see them. It's kind of a seedy area, but it's not like some of the other ones you've been in. It's like something happened in the area that everybody that was doing certain illegal things disappeared and left real quick. But there are still some people there. You see a couple alien creatures that are like talking, and it looks like they're trading something. You're not sure what, but it's probably illegal because they're trying to hide it from you now.
Hmm. I'm just gonna keep like looking for landmarks or any kind of distinct features that match up to the video that I watched earlier, and trying
Excuse
to
me. Oh.
to to kind of build an idea of where the object may have been sitting last.
As you are walking along, you're both looking around, but Carbine kind of points it out, and she taps you with one of her tentacles that is kind of laying flat on your right side of
Mm-hmm.
your head to look
Mm-hmm.
over there quietly. And she's like, "Hey, what's that symbol?" And it's kind of near like an archway. It's pretty big, but
Do I recognize it?
it looks like some kind of, you would think of like what the guild would mark certain things with to identify, hey, this is guild territory. In this case, it's on Velocitron, so it's something that's similar, but it's not a guild. It's just like a gang. Like, hey, this is our territory. And some of this structure looks similar to what you saw in the videos.
So we're in the right place.
And suddenly we come back to Overlook. No, I'm kidding.
So yeah, we're just gonna kind of be walking around and looking for basically any kind of disturbance or something that might, you know, have the appearance of where the hammer may have been or is sitting now.
You notice as you get closer to the entryway, you're all standing there. You guys kind of look down and you can kind of see what looks like possibly scraping on the ground, like something was dragged through here, like two lines. Possibly like it's in a crate or something was heavy in a crate.
But they look like the scuff markings of like a pallet,
Yeah,
not necessarily like a transformer.
yep. It's
Okay.
just like that. It's literally leaving the scrape marks along the ground
Okay.
out of that
Well,
entryway.
yeah, I was just like curious about the pattern. Like, was it like did it look like it was a pallet, or was it like a person being dragged? So, okay,
No, no, not person, just pallet,
yeah, yeah. No, I
like
was just
crate.
making sure to get the distinction.
Yeah. So as you guys are getting closer and things are kind of quiet, I'm still using your perception. You do notice there are a few individuals around. You do notice that they're kind of watching without watching, but they're keeping their distance.
I'm just gonna quietly mention to Void Striker that we do have people watching.
Figured as much.
Given what we have around here, where we could likely expect an ambush.
You guys Can I see that mark really clear now? The entryway, you see the marks. What do you two want to do? Or three, if you count Carbine, too.
Is the marking in any like Cybertronian language that we could recognize?
It's literally, it's just a symbol. It indicates it's per one of the gangs that control the area. It's
Mm-hmm.
one of the more prominent ones, and it's kind of odd for Velocitron to have an area so vacant that another gang would move in to take it over. Dang it.
Gonna proceed in.
Is the doorway big enough for me to proceed in?
Oh, yeah.
Then yeah, I'll go in.
You scrape the tops and the corners. It's no big deal. It's all right. No, I'm kidding. No, you got plenty of room to slip in. You both step in. It starts getting dark in there. You get to a doorway, a very large doorway. Both of you give me a perception check.
I'll have Carbine assist me again. 22.
Very nice. Excuse me. Sorry. Ooh, that came out funny. Show offs. So you're all standing there. Gilgamesh, Carbine, you both don't really hear anything. Usually you would hear activity, like a lot of times you would hear noises. Void Striker can kind of hear the same thing, but not as well. Like you can hear like there's nothing really, but it's kind of hard to tell if there's absolutely nothing. You guys also touch the door and realize it's not locked. It's just closed. Because it kind of swings open a little bit. You get that creepy.
I'm just gonna crack the door a little bit and peek inside. What do I see in there?
Kind of like the lights are out and nobody's home. That's what you see.
Like it's abandoned?
In a way, you can kind of see some large steps that kind of slope down to the left. And you can see there's a light on the wall, but lights aren't on. It's dark.
I'm not liking this.
You can hear Carbine. Do you want me to kind of slip around and in there? I'm
No.
small and quiet.
This area is a little too dangerous. It's not
Okay.
a good idea to split up right now.
Okay. She's like, good, I don't want to.
I'm just gonna kind of have my hand on my sword hilt, and I'm gonna have it at the ready, and I'm going to go through the door, and I will roll stealth as I go through the door.
Does Void Striker want to try and do stealth?
I mean, I don't mind attempting to do some stealth if you want.
Are you going to follow him in, or are you going to wait there for a moment? I just want to see if it would be hilarious to see. Big old bot. Okay.
I mean,
I do have
my
something
God.
that can help him if it really becomes a problem.
no, bro, don't worry, I got it.
Christ.
No, I'm just saying, like, I got something that can help you out even more than that.
Yeah,
Does-
what you got? Like, that adds more than a +9 to my roll.
Yeah, I was going to say he's
plus
fine.
10.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
fine. No, he's good. Void Striker, do you have blah blah night vision? I'm going to say that because I couldn't think of what I was thinking.
Yes.
Okay, good. Then I don't have to explain it's dark.
I also have a technically a suppressed weapon with my crossbow.
Oh, crud, you do. Well, you all three enter because you all have it, so you can see in the dark. You kind of come down around these steps, and you can see what looks like a lobby or what would be almost like an upper shop area where seedier characters probably set up because you can see some stuff that was left like junk left in some of the areas where booths would have been set up. And down at the end, you kind of see there's more of a path that kind of slopes back down to the right.
As we're walking through here, is there evidence of recent activity?
I'm going to say no. It's been empty for a little while.
I just keep on walking. Making our way through.
Yeah, following Gilgamesh's lead here. This is more his operation than mine.
Sorry, had to clear the nose again. As you guys proceed, this is where you start noticing a little change as you come down and around to the right. It looks more like large holding area of some sort. And you pass through another set of doors down at the bottom of those steps that sloped around that are wide open, though. And the cages are all unlocked and open. You see another door, but it's cracked open a bit down at the end.
Going to approach the door and I'm going to check it initially for traps.
Right.
Investigation. With assistance, it'd be 16.
Yeah, because you're all looking anyway, so it's like.
Yep.
You don't see really anything that looks like it's wired up or anything. Not even a button. Just the doors open a bit. But you see a little light kind of lightly peering through.
I got a small light on the other side. Be ready for anything. And he slowly opens the door.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't help it. Door opens, and you see a single light kind of lighting up a huge round area. All your night vision optics are still running, so it's kind of bright, but it's only like the light it was designed to light up this area. And you can see what looks like high walls and caged off area up above.
I'm slowly circling the room, keeping the wall at my back as I'm surveying everything around the room.
Carbine kind of sits up, kind of like stands up suddenly. She goes, "Hey, what's that on the floor?" And she's gesturing over at a spot.
Gonna slowly walk in that direction.
You all get closer to it, and you realize it looks like something got burnt up.
I'm just gonna kind of reach down and just kind of like touch it. Like, is it like ashy soot? Is it like, what's the consistency of this burn?
It feels like a bit of ashy-ish, kind of like you're getting a greasy feeling, but you also notice there's some, as you do it, it almost looks like what we would consider aluminum foil, like thin pieces of metal, but it's very brittle now.
But it's a metallic burning.
Mm-hmm.
Are these markings at all consistent with? I guess my real question is, in any of this blast mark, is there any bits of glass?
It would probably be more like a silicon or what's left of it, of a silica of some sort.
But like I'm more like the kind of stuff that would happen from like say a lightning strike, where like it heats the ground so much that it would solidify and basically turn into glass.
The ground really doesn't have much of a sandy texture to it. Uh, but you do find some like what be kind of like melted, some type of like glass-like material. It's very small particulates of it, but you do see it. Even Carbine and Void Striker, you would all see this.
Is it all concentrated in one area?
Excuse me. It shows up like Carbine kind of hops down and she goes, and she does this funny pose, and like she's standing up on her hind legs a little bit, and she's kind of like she's almost like she's trying to pose or something, and she's standing there like trying to look at this, and she goes, it kind of, oh, oh, ew, oh, oh, you might not want to touch him anymore.
Touch what? It's just a crater.
I
Yeah,
believe you found your friend.
yeah. Remember the video? Yeah. And she turns around and she goes,
Well then,
vent. What?
then that. So if this is where he landed, then based on that, I'm gonna look in the direction of where the hammer should be based on the video.
So Carbine kind of gets the image from the camera, like she's overlaying, and so she kind of backs up, and she kind see her doing the stand up on her hind legs because the bot that went in there wasn't that big, and it tried to move this. So she's standing there on little hind legs, little tufts, and she kind of should have been right. And she kind of points with her one paw and tentacle at the same time. She goes, I forgot I have those. And she pulls her paw back and she gestures with the tentacle. And she goes, behind you. Like where Void Striker is kind of standing.
I'll move to the side.
And she's like, yes, right there. And she points with the tentacle.
All right, so I'm gonna walk in that direction and just keeping an eye on the ground, making sure what I'm stepping on.
She tells you to stop. And she goes, right there. That's where the head of it was. And she starts replaying the video a little bit. And she's trying, you can see her wobble a little bit because she's trying to line it back up. And she stops it and she goes, okay, it should be near your right foot. Somewhere right there. It's kind of hard to tell in this.
There's a bunch of debris around us, yeah?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, I'm gonna look for like a steel piece of like rebar or something to like push some of the debris out of the way. Just like something like a big stick, essentially.
I'm just
like
gonna
big-
hand him the sword that I never use.
How big is that to Gilgamesh?
Yeah,
Favorite
that
sword?
might be a bit. That might be like a Sephiroth sword to me.
But did you forget that I have enlarged reduce?
Oh my god.
Finger size for you.
It's up to you. I mean, you could take his sword.
That's up to you. Yeah, I won't say no.
Because I
So
mean,
yeah, I'll
you
watch
just
him reduce
chink.
the sword and hand it to me. Just all right, and he's gonna kind of like take a stab at some of the debris and like kind of scoop and like push it out of the way, like trying to.
Because remember, that sword is my short sword.
So as you
Yeah.
as you
Yes, it
move
is.
as you move the debris with this sword, and Carbine goes, it kind of comes out of that, and she kind of goes back down onto all fours, and you see her little tentacles. They're kind of zip zapping in the darkness, so you see these little arcs going off every once in a while because she's just kind of like testing out things still and having fun, but she's looking around and being
I just
observant.
learned,
Like,
be careful. You don't want to touch it.
oh yeah, and she pulls him back a little further. So she walks forward to where you're clearing. She kind of takes her paw and moves some of the smaller debris with her paws. I mean, it's adorable to watch. That's the thing.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
like
just
little
picturing it
kitty,
already. Just like I'm kind of like digging with this giant short sword,
So,
and she's just pawing away at the little stuff.
just bats it away.
Gilgamesh, do you think this area is safe enough?
Oh,
Well, if I'm being honest, this entire place has been abandoned for a little while.
Then if
And
that's the case,
um,
here, I'm just gonna turn on all my body lights at full volume to give everybody something to look so they can see better.
whoa. Carbine's like, ah.
So yeah, now that the room is entirely illuminated, do we see anything different or unique about the room?
As you two are clearing the debris and light bulb there is giving some light,
The sun.
you and Carbine and Void Striker, you see,
It's amazing what gunship searchlights can do.
yeah, you see as you clear it more and more where the head of the hammer was laying. Like it electrified just in that brief moment that it imprinted the ground on the side. Or on its side. Ugh.
So it was taken.
Then Carbine looks up. Well, yeah, it's not here. That's here. Being sorry, being a smart ass.
He just kind of rolls his eyes at the sarcastic comments.
You hear her giggle. And you see Carbine kind of move over. Gilgamesh, move some of this stuff right here. It's too big for me. You see her taking her little paws and kind of trying to shove a big chunk out of the way. It's like,
Well, seeing that's not actually there, I'll just go ahead and just grab the boulder and just push it.
and you can see she's like, she starts pulling at another piece and moving it back toward her. And you guys clear this area nearby. And she looks at it and she goes, and she takes her paw and she kind of slides it slowly. And she's clearing dust and dirt. And she goes, from where the hammer laid, it looked like it got dragged, and it stops, and there's the drag marks of the pallet or whatever they loaded it into. And she kind of moves some more, and she goes, "Oh, oh, I wonder how they loaded it without touching it."
Yeah, there's a lot of questions, but it's just becoming more puzzling.
At this moment,
We don't even know what it is, except that it siphons off other people's powers and can use that energy. Devastating results.
Void Striker gets a message from Eddie. Hey, do you want to have dinner?
Maybe.
Smiley face comes back to you. All of you guys are doing this.
They couldn't have loaded it up by themselves, and they couldn't have gotten it out of here without anyone noticing.
No, but it is big, Gilgamesh. I mean, look at the size of this thing. I mean, you're big, but I think this thing would have done. And she kind of gestures with one of the tentacles that to you. She just kind of looks worried, like, no.
Yeah, something of that size, you would need almost a giant semi or an airlift.
Perhaps a unmarked cargo jump ship.
And considering the territory we're in, we're not likely going to find any air traffic control information that can help us narrow it down.
A cargo ship, especially an unmarked one, would fit in quite well in this area. Almost
Mhm.
unnoticed.
Carbine looks up at you, Gilgamesh. What about the speedy, shiny, hot one that you like? I mean, she likes you. I mean, I'm going to shut up now. And she kind of climbs up Void Striker and gets up onto his shoulder up at really high, like, I'm going to shut up and stay up here.
Well, she's the one who passed along this information to us, so likely she's not going to know any more than what she's already given us.
As Carbine is sitting up on your shoulder, Void Striker, she goes, hey, what's that over there? And it's in, like, the upper caged areas.
He just
It's-
kind of looks
It's
like trying to see what she's looking at.
And she kind of taps you, Void Striker. Hey, can you turn your light that way more?
I'm gonna turn one of my searchlights up there.
And she goes, what? That looks like some kind of room. See, the rest are all in cage, but that one looks like a... And she's trying to see it, but it's like you can't see through the glass. But she goes, it looks like... And she looks down at you, Giggle. Do you think it's a control room? Ow.
He tries to. Does it look like it's like some kind of an observation pad?
Yes.
Kind of looking around the rest of the room, does this look like it could be like some form of arena?
Yes.
You might be onto something. Let's look for some stairs to get up there.
If
Hey,
you don't find any, let me know. I'll give you a boost up through the glass.
she looks over. There's a spot I can squeeze into. I can look a little bit. I don't want to go too far.
No, just stay with me for now.
Okay. I'm
Again,
fine
we
with
don't
that.
really know what's around here, and I don't want to risk getting separated here.
You guys head back to the big opening where you guys came through because it seems like there's no other stairways up, or at least that you can see here. Carbine taps on you,
Hello,
Void
Galaxy
Striker.
Star.
Oh, hello. And Carbine taps on you, Void Striker. Hey, can you lift me up for a second? I want to
I'll
see
raise
up
my
there.
arm up.
She climbs up your arm carefully, and she kind of gets to the top of your hand, and she kind of, can you get me closer to the one of the cage sides?
I'll move over that way.
She looks in. It looks, and she goes, it's kind of hard to see even with any darkness. With my night vision, I can't see very much either way, and the lights not illuminate. I don't know what's in there, but I see objects, but they're not moving. But I can't make them out. Sorry.
Gilgamesh, do you want to climb up? You might be able to see better.
Yep, I'm gonna do it.
You climb up, and Carbine's kind of sitting up on his hand right now, and she kind of scoots over to kind of go, see, and she points with her paw, not her tentacles, because she doesn't want to, like, shock anything or do anything. But she goes, see, I can't really see too well through there. And it's kind of you could see part of the cage is right there, and you guys are really close to it. You can kind of see in, but it's because the cage is right there, it's kind of blocking some of your vision, and it's making it difficult to see through it properly. But you guys can make out there's like objects like around in there, but they're not moving or anything. And it's pitch black still.
Need to get in there. I'm gonna
Carbon.
look. Are there any holes in the cage windows?
There's one hole that Carbine can fit through. And she's kind of like, I really don't want to go in there without somebody else. Why don't we just find some steps?
What about getting in from the roof? Go we climb up top?
I got a question for you, Matrix. Does the hole look big enough that if I shrink Gilgamesh down, he can get through?
You could, but he'd still have a little trouble with it.
I think that's more than
so
twice.
Yeah, that's
my
way smaller
size.
too. Yeah, and he would still have
Yeah.
trouble getting through. Carbine kind of just reaches out with one of her tentacles. Too bad these cages are in the way. And she pulls, and it kind of comes loose. And she goes, I didn't do that on purpose. And she pulls the tentacle back carefully, like, I didn't do that.
Seeing her do that, I'm just gonna kind of reach out and just lightly pull on another bar.
As you do, the whole thing kind of rips out. It's like it's super weak now. And the sides where it's holding kind of just deteriorate and fall out. And it kind of falls to Void Striker's feet, just kind of lays there. It's like,
Do these bars look like they've been like burnt, like charred at all?
Yes, it looks like they've been hit with some kind of electricity and it has damaged the foundations that are holding them. And it's kind of weakened them. So when Carbine touched it, she could have easily, if any one of you touch it, it would have just started coming out.
Huh.
So that piece of the cage that leaves the opening wide up. You hear Carbine go, So
from the position of where the hammer is to where I'm currently kind of hanging, how far is that?
you're looking at, how tall are you, Void Striker? Forgot your height already. I know you're tall, like super tall.
Yeah, I kind of forgot my height myself.
I know you're like 30. Aren't you like 30? Or somewhere
I
up
think it
there?
was like 36 feet around
Yeah. Because I was gonna say you're standing in a room that can hold somebody. Because I was gonna say it's about 40 foot tall anyway, and the cage openings are pretty big. Like Void Striker could literally climb up in there, but there's not a whole lot of room for him to stand on that side.
So I normally, when we're going indoors, I reduce my size.
Yep, you could reduce your size to fit in up there if you needed to.
Since I've now ripped open one of the cage windows, I'm gonna slip through.
You go to take kind of like a step off of Void Striker's hand, but you feel a tentacle wrap around your leg, and it's Carbine holding your leg, and she gestures with the other one. Now that the cage is gone, look again, Gilgamesh, and you see bodies. Bots, aliens. They're all dead.
So, based on the kind of spread of the bodies, does the, I guess for lack of a better term, the electrical explosion, does it seem to have come into the pod or did it come outward?
It looks like whatever happened, it was like you can see on a couple of them, it looks like they got fried. Like they literally got cooked. They weren't in the immediate vicinity of it, but it was enough to literally fry and kill everybody in the open area. Because you can see what looks like burn marks in certain spots.
He's gonna kind of lift himself up to the ledge a little bit, and just kind of sit up on it, just so he can get a better view inside. So, how many bodies are we talking are in this little room?
There, from what you can see, are 10, and Carbine kind of gestures, kind of looking at trying to look around. She goes, there might be a couple more in there. And it's
Are there any uniforms or markings on any of the bodies that are still visible?
Some of the bodies you guys would recognize immediately as there's a couple what looks like Decepticon grunts. Just the low level kind of, we gave you an order, do it kind of thing. We don't care what you think.
But we see the Decepticon insignia.
Yep. They're roached, they're fried, but they're not burnt up like the one on the floor behind you guys.
Is there anything else in the room that would catch my attention that might be worth looking into?
You all look around. Carbine kind of suggests, I think we're okay to step in here and look around. And she kind of, do you want me to check the control room? There might be something in there.
I kind of hop into the room and I tell her, yeah, go on ahead.
She kind of hops in carefully. She stops with one paw up in the air, kind of like looking and listening for a moment, and then she slowly proceeds away from you. And you don't even hear her. She's like super dead quiet. And you can see a lot of the bodies. It looked like they were just doing certain things, and all of a sudden, bam, dead.
So thinking back to the video that we saw earlier, does it look like it might have been consistent with this hammer being used in this sort of arena for some sort of sport or ritual?
Possibly. Without more information, you won't know. And speaking let's see. Oh, okay. Wow. You hear Carbine, I found something. I think it still works.
Let's start walking in her direction then.
She kind of comes out and it's in one of her tentacles. It's not shocking. She's got control of it. She lifts it up. It's I think a data pad that still kind of works. She taps it with her other tentacle like dink. Oh, yeah. Kind of works. You see it's kind of a cracked screen, but it still functions.
And just start sifting through the data. What's on here?
And you can see it's more of like a data log of who was supposed to be fighting, how much Shanix was being bet, and who was betting, but also there was discrepancies in names. Like, you get the generalized word of Smith, which isn't Smith, it's just... And it's one fight that doesn't have any name at all. And that was the last fight. You don't have any record of it. There are other information in there that shows possibly all the people that are on the floor dead, and the two that are in the booth that Carbine found that are charred up. They're probably all the people who were betting. There are a few names on there that are you can't account for probably about 5 of those people, but you don't know who's who.
This place is a fight pit. But strangely enough, open to unusual fights. He points out the the redacted portions where the names are just kind of like clearly like not their real names. These names are all fake. Just placeholders for someone they want to remain nameless.
You can kind of see Carbine walking around in the dark, and she kind of notices some stuff, and she kind of bats away some material or something. She goes, "Hey, I found what is this thing?" And she's got it in her paws, and the tentacles are coming over, and she's like, "Hey, what's this?" Oh, oh, ugh. Um, I think I know who it was. And she kind of runs over to you with it, with the tentacle holding it up, and you can see kind of like a small video file, like somebody's holding this tablet, kind of funny, and recording, kind of funny.
I'll just gently grab it from Carbine and try to start the playback.
You start to, and Carbine kind of, both her tentacles cover her ears, and she goes, "Oh, that's so horrible. The audio sounds like garbage, but the video looks beautiful to a point." You see what looks like somebody started recording, and you see a familiar one-eyed, at least one optic transformer in there, Decepticon of nature, walking around, and this person holding this like tablet kind of is trying to be discreet about it and is recording, and you can kind of get a visual of what looks like to be Rex still with the hammer, and he's fighting with it, but it's like he dropped it and he ended up falling to the ground, like he passed out from something, probably whatever was going on. You can't hear anything, it's all garbled mess. It's a total, like, the audio file part of it's destroyed. And it ends with it. That's it.
I'm gonna take that with me. Gonna take that data pad and the tablet with the video file.
Carbine's still looking around. She kind of wandered off for a moment, and she's like, and you see a couple little tentacles, and you see a couple glowing bottles, and she goes, "Hey, is this drink?" And she's behind the bar. And all you see is these two little tentacles waving these two bottles that are slightly glowing with probably some kind of energon drink in it.
Put those down. You don't know how old those are.
And you swear she lowers them slowly, and you could swear she's like sniffing them. They don't smell that bad. Can I at least have one? She's kind of holding it.
He'll pick it up and put it in his inventory.
You see her head pop out and the little tufts tip to the side, like grinning big, like hee.
So, what color is it glowing?
It's kind of like a deep purple, and it smells. Carbine kind of described it as like not a. It's like a sweet smell to it, but you could tell there's some kind of what we would consider alcohol in it, but it's energon based. It's probably like an because there's no label on the bottle. It's kind of probably like their version of moonshine, but it's energon shine. You know.
I mean, as long as the bottle's still sealed, it looks good. I will put it away.
And she's sitting back there, and she goes, "Oh, what's this? Oh, I think Void Striker might like this thing." And she's waving around some kind of small cannon. Wonder what that does. I'm not gonna pull it. I'm afraid we'll draw
Yeah,
attention.
might not be a good idea to wave that thing around either.
Oh, sorry. She's just got it in her tentacle. She kind of runs past you, like kind of a little trot, and runs over. Hey, Void Striker, look what I got. You want this? She's kind of just waving it around, and she can't see you because she's kind of over the edge.
I'll extend my hand out. What is it?
It's some kind of little blaster. I don't know what it does. Probably just a blaster. Hey, this looks like a little
Suppose I'll
market over
take
here.
a look at it.
You guys just hear her. She's like exploring and looking around this whole place now, and she goes, I think I found somebody who was selling some. What is this thing? Wait, is this a? Void Striker really like this? And she holds it up over her head in her tentacles, and this little ball. It's not little. It's actually pretty big. And she runs over, Void Striker, Void Striker, and you can see this ball-like thing floating with two tentacles again. Hey, I found something. He's just excitedly holding it for her. Like, where are you? I can't see you.
I'll put my hand through the gap so you can see exactly where I am.
Oh, here. And she sets this largish kind of object in front of you. I think it's one of those PQ things. What did you call it? It's what makes us go boo 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 boo. And she go, oh, TCOG, that's it. I should have remembered that.
I'll take a look at the T-Coke she found me.
And she kind of props herself up, and you see the tentacles kind of off to each side of her head as you see little paws and little tufts look over. You think that'll be good for you? You think it'll be help you? And she's just excited to find stuff for all of you.
I'll give it a good scan.
Okay. I don't think there's too much else here. And she looks over. Well,
There you go. Is it a good enough T-Coke?
I don't know. Is it a good enough TCOG?
That's a soft 20 you rolled for investigation.
Uh-huh. Is it a good TCOG? I don't know. Is it? Yes, it is a good TCOG. It's not like your little shiny one that you have, but it's a TCOG, and it's in pretty decent shape. Possibly somebody was holding on to it for a bigger sale. Like they were trying to hold out for more Shanix.
I'll give her a thumbs up back after giving it a quick scan.
She does like a little backflip real quick and lands. And she goes, hey, I don't think anybody left here. At least this way. Because the door's locked. On this side. And she walks over to it and she looks at it. And she taps. Yeah, it's locked. Nobody came out of here.
Well, unless you guys miraculously find something else, I believe it is a solid dead end.
This is a natural 20.
Oh, God.
I'm investigating the door. Is there any way that I might be able to open
It's
it
not
from
just
this
a
side?
natural 20. That's a double natural 20, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. You can see the door can open easily from this side. It's just nobody unlocked it, and it looks like one of those bar locks that you only do from that side.
But it's one of those where I can, say, slide the blade of my sword through and, say, cut the bar.
I think what he's saying is that it's on the side you're on.
It's on your side. You can open it.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
Okay, then I just
Yeah.
I thought I had to cut through it. Okay,
No,
never mind.
you don't
Yeah,
have to.
I'm just
You don't
gonna
have to
open
cut
the
through. You can open the door. You pull the pin back. It's like a big pin lock, is what I should have said. But You open it, and there's no way to open it from the other side or even close it from the other side. Like to lock it from the other side. It's only from that side that you're on.
So does this like lead further down, like beneath the pit, or where does this lead to?
This kind of would lead back up to the surface. You see the steps kind of go up, and you can kind of hear, like, you can feel the breeze kind of blow through.
Some sort of escape hatch?
Well, that's weird. If it's an escape hatch, who locked it then? Or at least who got out and then locked it? Because nobody's near the door and they're all dead.
How big is this door, this hallway?
It would easily fit, say, like Overload to walk through. If Void Striker had to go through it, he'd have to kind of shrink down to fit.
But say, could it fit someone like Shockwave?
Yes.
This is where he made his escape.
Well, who closed the door, though? She starts pacing around a little bit, and she kind of stands over by a pillar, and she's sitting there, and she kind of, and she's kind of scratching herself with one of her tentacles, and she kind of does this how, and she whips up, and she kind of smacks something on the wall, and she goes, "What was that?"
I go look a little closer where she hit.
With your perception, she doesn't notice it. She just generally bumped it. Your perception, you recognize this kind of old school hidden door latch kind of thing. And it's kind of hidden behind it looks like a brick, like natural part of the pillar. Excuse me. But it swings open, and there's like a button inside.
Gotta push the button.
You push the button, and over near one of the walls, it's like a set of steps open up, and they're kind of in the direction of the cell, like going down to where the cells are.
Alright. I'm just gonna put Carbine back on my shoulders and gonna descend down.
Void Striker, as you're standing there, you kind of hear a noise back on the other side of the door. Sounds kind of like a scraping sound.
I'll head towards it.
Talk about realistic movement. Wow. Got to start up the engine.
Wow.
Yeah, truck driving by. Sorry about that.
Oh, it made it realistic. I was like, wow. Ooh, yeah.
I feel
I'm-
so immersed.
So as you walk
immersion.
over Void Striker, you kind of notice down the hall, just next to one of the cells, this whole like stone portion kind of slides down and open. And I mean, well, get out of my face. You notice it. You couldn't fit through it normally unless you shrank down to a more overloadish sized. And you hear some movement coming down that opening.
Dun. Dun.
I'm going to turn off my searchlights, considering I don't know who's coming down.
You hear some walking. It's not super loud. And it's getting closer. And closer.
What are you gonna do?
Kill the DM Monty Python style to get on with it already.
As you're both standing there looking face to face and scaring the snot out of each other, even Carbine kind of like, hi. You guys all run into each other as Gilgamesh and Carbine kind of step out of this passageway. And you're standing there without your searchlights on, and you're all in the dark, just seeing in night vision each other, going, hi.
So it wraps around, I guess.
Is that investigation complete then?
Seems so. We did find a secret passage that loops all the way back around over to here.
It might be how he got out.
Certainly makes sense. We already know he was behind how it got here and how Rex got here. Just the question that is bothering me is why? Why just drop him off in the hammer here in some rinky-dink arena just to be used like this?
Carbine perches up, maybe to test him, to see what he can do. You know,
Or to
Yeah,
collect
but
data on the hammer.
and she kind of, that too, just kind of like,
yeah, but what is it that he gained from being augmented with the Spark Eater material?
A theoretical countermeasure to the hammer.
That's the question, though. Is it really? Because from what we've seen in evidence from the videos, really wasn't protection for him at all. It just somewhat dulled the effect.
Which would be classed as logical progress for him.
But that was in his experimentation.
After he
what-
probably figured out the made him slightly resistance, probably brought him here to figure out the theoretical limit of it.
And given what we've seen of the arena, it's pretty disastrous results. Which is exactly what he wants.
In his mind, it would be a very thorough investigation completed.
But even then, he can't wield it himself.
Not yet.
Not without augmenting himself with Spark Eater material.
excuse me.
It's
Yeah, we've-
only a matter of time before he finds another material, or a way to augment the Spark Eaters themselves to be harmless to him.
Well, we can assume it was him that took the hammer then. He clearly came back and retrieved it. Didn't care about the test subjects, so he
Not
just...
necessarily.
What are you thinking?
Shockwave could have allowed another party to take it to further collect data without them realizing.
Well, if that's the case, then the trail's pretty much gone cold. We have no idea who would have taken it and how.
With either option, it seems that the only option you have is to wait for another ripple in the energon pool, so to say.
Yeah. I think at this point we've gained everything we can find here. Let's go ahead and make our way back.
So you guys want to head back to the base? Asteroid?
I mean, there's
Yep.
stuff
Or
I want to do here.
Does somebody want to go on a date?
Yeah,
you know?
we're gonna go get him some food.
You want to go get food with Addie?
I want to do some racing.
You want to do some racing? Well, we're still on
Yes,
Velocitron, and
exactly.
I mean, you could always get the insight from a particular blue and silverish car that's been bugging you a lot.
Yeah.
It's daytime.
Yeah, I wonder where the DM was hinting towards. It's totally not obvious.
No, doesn't matter. If for them, it's like Shield. Hey, let's go. So, if you want to do some racing, you're in the place to do it. So, you would have to contact Addie to find out exactly what races are going on currently. Otherwise, it's Speedstar, but she's kind of preoccupied right now.
Yeah, I'll hit her up with a message.
So she responds back with a lot of emojis, like happy, yay, like really excited, and she sends you like a location to meet you at. It's like little kind of like a little outside door cafe kind of thing, and she'll meet you there. Like she'll be waiting for you.
Well, Gilgamesh, what are you going to do?
Well, I'm not gonna play third wheel for your date, so I'll just make my way back to the base, catch up with Overload, get him caught up to speed on what I found, and I'll see you when you get back.
Do you want me to drop you off at the space bridge on my way?
Nah, I can make my own way there. You go have fun.
All right, as you guys are proceeding to your locations, Overload. You're sitting there
You
with Rex and the little one, and during all this time, after they left, you guys are sitting there for a moment, and the little one's kind of still gesturing, and Rex is kind of like, "Hey, I'm kind of tired now. I need to kind of rest. Can I lay on something other than this?"
We do have some spare rooms.
He kind of like, that would be fine. I have to kind of get used to the idea I don't have an arm right now, or the other optic.
Uh,
Ah,
just actually, little one, do you think you can guide him if you're comfortable with that?
and she kind of just like looks up at you. Okay, that's all it comes across as the thing.
Well then, sir, you have yourself a guide.
And she kind of gets down. And she kind of like waves him like, come, come on. You hear little beeps coming from like, come on. And you hear a little ting, 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 ting. As you hear Rex, I'll catch up with you later, Overload. And he kind of walks, I'm coming, I'm coming. Give me a second. I'm a little less handed here.
Now
Feel
time to confront someone else.
Felix does let you know, hey, I still have monitors on him to keep track of his vitals right now, but he'll be fine.
You should hopefully be fine. I mean, I saw the
Eh,
spark eater disintegrate in front of us,
eh,
but there could still be remnants, so better safe than sorry.
he's like, look, at physically, yes, he's missing an arm and an eye, but mentally, he's dealing with a lot. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, considering there's now a lot of baggage on him, especially since now we're working with the minicons, which he's not used to.
Yeah. Uh, you better go find him and see where he's at. You know who I'm talking about. Then he turns back
Yeah,
to his console and just starts working.
now let's just hope that my evidence doesn't make the situation worse.
So Aegis kind of went out the other door, and you don't know where exactly he's at.
Uh, is he in the training room taking his aggression on somebody?
You can see if he's there, and you walk in, and it's empty. You hear the door open from the minicon lab, and you see Kiara kind of step through, like she's reading a tablet, but she's got a something hot, and because you can see it steamy, and she's kind of sipping it, like it looks like coffee almost, it's some kind of drink, and she's reading a
Hey, Kiara.
tablet, and she stuttered, "Oh, hello, Overload. Um, you doing all right?" And she kind of sips again for
Uh,
a moment and looks at you.
yeah, just kind of came back from exiting my friend's head, so normal.
Oh,
Have you seen Aegis?
um, yeah. While it was me and Barish and I were working on some stuff, he kind of went through the hangar. He kind of went up the hangar, like door open wasn't even all the way open, and he flew out.
So he's out of space.
From what our sensors detect, he was around the asteroid a few times. He might still be there. I can check if you want.
Yes, please. I need to talk to him for a bit.
She gestures with her tablet. Come on, and she goes, "Come, let's go to the comms." And she goes in. Varish, is he still flying around out there? And she takes another sip as she sets down the drink. And he's like, he kind of looks over and he goes, yeah. From what our sensor readings, I think he finally stopped on one of the floating asteroids out there. He really
Can you
hasn't
tell me which
moved.
one?
Varish goes, yeah, it's the one kind of out the hangar door off to the far left. It's usually the one that we use as a observation point if we need to.
Okay, cool. Open up hangar. As I'm just gonna go walk.
And so Varish goes, okay. You see the hangar door, and then the lights in the hangar just kind of start flashing red a little bit for a moment, and then they stop, and the door opens wide up. And all you see is space out there.
Rocket time.
You see the asteroid and you rocket out there. I'm gonna not even have you roll unless you're gonna do some kind of acrobatics.
Not really. There's no
Thank
need
you,
for style
because
here.
I don't want to have you miss it. And just look at you, ass. Just-
There's no need for fucking gymnastics here.
but overload. Come on, I want to see this.
I ain't a flashy guy.
You make your way to the asteroid. You kind of, it's not real big, but it's got some size to it. You kind of hit up against it, and you're able to kind of walk on it with your grav, like mag boots in a sense, and you're able to kind of hold yourself to the ground. You don't see Aegis yet. You're kind of on the darkish side of it, and you know he's got to be there because Varish is still picking him up. That he's there.
Aegis, you're around. If you actually hear me, I'm not sure.
You don't hear anything.
I guess I'll do like telepathic. Hey, where are you? I know you're on the asteroid.
And you kind of get a sense that he's like, "Shut up, leave me alone." That's all you get.
I know what you're feeling, and I can understand it very much. You don't exactly trust him for being on that mission. But
Suddenly, you hear a raging voice come out. You know what I'm feeling? And the asteroid splits down the middle, and all you see is it kind of separate apart, and you hear Varish and Kiara, "Hey, Overload, Aegis, are you guys okay out there? The asteroid is now two pieces. What is going
It,
on?" And
it's
his
fine.
blades glowing bright, and you just see the glowing edges of the asteroid where he just sliced down the middle of it, and he flies up with that axe just glowing real close to you. You know what I'm feeling?
Well, yes,
You
we're connected
know.
emotionally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That. Ooh. I could turn that off, And he kind of gets more enraged with you, and he kind of pushes you with the battle axe on the end of it, and he just shoves you back. You think you know what I felt? You think I know what I failed at? You don't think I know what I lost? And I have one of them sitting in there, and I'm supposed to just forgive him, and he keeps poking you harder, and you're kind of drifting because you're kind of just floating, and he's really angry, and you can kind of start feeling the axe give you a little pain because he's hammering it hard, and his eyes are just radiating, and you can see where his wings are on his back are kind of glowing as well, like they're emanating flames off almost. It looks impressive in the sunlight.
You think I haven't experienced loss either? There are many of people that I have lost, brother, sister, cross side by side with me, dying to the Autobots. And would you look at it now? I'm working with one. Do you think I didn't want to kill him to begin with? Because believe me, I did. The moment we met, I had my blade to his neck.
He's not saying anything. He's just looking at you with rage. He lifts up the battle axe. He swings it around at your neck, but he doesn't hit you. And you can just see he's like gritting, like everything in his face. Everything's tight. Everything is just, and it's just rage. Your people weren't annihilated. You're all the same. You're Cybertronian. You didn't come after a race and destroy them all almost. And all we have left is what's in there right now. And everything, everything is gone. Our home. All we have is our people, and I have to work. You were different. You, and he pokes you. He pulled the battle axe out. And he pokes you hard with it. You didn't go. You chose not to go. I saw greater honor in you refusing to just slaughter a people. He went, even though he tried to help. He was still there, and I can't let it go. What am I supposed to
I, I,
do?
at that point, I'm going to send over the memory, at least of the part where Atlas was shot at. Because if he thinks that he shot Atlas, then I'm sending that, at least that part to him.
He's raging so badly. He takes the battle axe again, and he goes to like he's gonna strike right down on you, and he just as you send that, he dead stops.
You still believe my friend killed Atlas?
That battle axe is just touching your forehead, and he's so full of rage. He is brighter than ever. He's brighter than most of the light around you, and his wings have spread out fully from his back. He lets
I
go of the
said,
battle axe. He just lets go of the battle axe. It's floating there. He transforms and flies away. Doesn't mean I have to forgive him. And he doesn't say anything. and he just kind of disappears around the asteroid somewhere.
At least he was able to save the little one. He didn't have to, but he did. You can at least give him credit for that.
Just before he disappears out of sight, he stops. You can kind of see him hold.
Same as with Varix. He didn't have to, but he did, even with the threat of doing so.
He transforms back into his bot form again. Then he earns it. And if he betrays us in any way, suddenly the axe ignites and it flies back to him, and he just grabs it and holds it. I'll take his head. Got it? Whether you like it or not. He puts it back on his back, and he kind of flips around, transforms, and flies right back into the hangar. And you hear Varish and Kiara come across the radio again, and you hear him, is he gonna melt this place? They're like
It'll
really
take a bit. It'll take a bit of time for him to cool off, but it should be fine for the most part. There might be some scorch marks, but that's about it.
Kiara comes across kind of soft. Overload, do you want me to kind of sit with him? Not talk to him, just sit with him.
He could probably use the comfort.
I'll go find him. I think I know where he might be. Varish is like, can you get back in now?
Yeah, I'm gonna kneel lay down after today's experience.
Good call. I'll have things ready for you. And you kind of, you can boost back. You can literally drift back after that, and you can kind of float in. And Varish kind of closes the doors behind you. He's like, go get some rest. I got things here. And he kind of turns, and you can see him kind of go to Kiara's console and kind of like he's back and forth between them, like monitoring everything.
God, my head hurts.
So as Overload goes to lay down and take a snooze, we're going to go back over to Voice Striker, who's meeting up with his girlfriend, Addie. I mean, yeah. Not being blatant there, okay.
Also, yes.
You meet up with Voice Striker, you meet up with Addie. She's sitting at one of the tables, and she goes, "Oh, I didn't think about the seating. I'm sorry. We can move to a bigger table if you'd like."
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna introduce myself.
I'll be right back.
Okay. As you do, she's like, "Oh, that is so cool. How do you do that too? That is fascinating. You must have a amazing mass displacement ability." And she's kind of looking you over like, "That is impressive. I hope you don't mind. I ordered some stuff." And you get kind of a variety of different food coming out. And she goes, "I hope it's okay if you want."
It's fine, thank you.
And she kind of leans forward and does her elbows on the table and her hands kind of interlocked. And she looks at you and go, "So how does your technology fully work? 'Cause this is fascinating. I mean, I've been working on kind of a wormhole technology. It's been kind of iffy. I was hoping to make it like a steady portal, like a doorway. I was wondering, get like your input on it at some time, and like how we could stabilize that even better because."
Well, your train of thought is actually what started off the space bridge and ground bridge technology.
Yeah, I was thinking smaller sometimes for like just products to be sent through, kind of like business prospects.
Did you know during the Civil War that's how space bridges were used?
Wait, I thought that technology was obsolete, though. Or at least
No.
dangerous. Kind of like mine, though. Oh, that would make sense. Ah, fascinating, fascinating. Like I said, you're realizing she's just a freaking nerd.
It's only dangerous if you miscalculate.
Maybe that's where my problem is. No, what interests you? What do you like? And she's trying to like change the subject a little bit.
Many things interest me. At the moment, I'm comparing the... What's the word you would use? Modern Velocitron to when I was last here before the Civil War.
Oh, that was quite some time ago. Lots has changed. Instead of just racing with four tires, well, we got the motorcycles, the two-wheelers, four, even three. Those have a lot of accidents, though. Um, Not so successful. We have the little bicopter ones. Those are, well, they're more like clown race. You know what a clown is, right? You're kind of funny looking guys. They make you laugh.
I do have file on what humans refer to as a clown.
Ah, good. Wait, what's a human?
They're from the edge of the galaxy.
Oh, sound dirty. Whatever. But yeah, we have regular air flight races, which they kind of consist of a lot of things. The Seekers do their own races a lot of times. There's a good amount of them. They like to challenge each other, see who's the best. Blah blah blah. Some of them are pretty, arrogant. I'm a great one. She's trying. You can see her just mimicking, and then she goes, "There's the general races." I mean, she kind of looks at you. In your normal size, you'd fit right in. I mean, they're pretty intense. They actually go through Velocitron, like through, and she kind of gestures like through the, yeah, like through Velocitron itself. And those are pretty dangerous though sometimes because some of the spots that are not maintained by video camera thingy, some kind of crash there for some reason. A lot of people say that bad things happen during that part of the race if you're not careful. And she kind of gestures, oh yeah, there's some of them now. You see a couple of fancy looking, wild looking jets, and you see a couple of barrel rolls and other maneuvers, and you can see them landing nearby, and they're kind of just going to what looks like almost like a restaurant that's for more upper crust kind of bots. They kind of sit up there. And she's like, yeah, they're kind of like Speedstar. They're much
How
higher
many
up.
were there, by the way?
There was the two.
The two.
Yeah. She goes, if you're interested
The
in
last one
racing.
that landed, he really needs to get his left thruster checked.
Mhm. Really? How do you know that? And she kind of just like, huh. You saw that? She's just really curious.
It's kind of a force of habit when you tend to experience as many things as I have.
As you're all sitting there, there's three other bots are starting to walk by. You can tell they're aerial type bots. And you can hear them being boastful about the last race they were in. Did you see that guy? His flaps were just all over the place. He couldn't hold it. It's like you. And it's, hey, I fly better than that. They're sitting there kind of like, hitting each other with, backhanded comments and stuff here and there. And Addie's like, oh yeah, like these doofuses here, they don't know how to fly a lug nut bolt right. And they kind of overhear this, and it's like, oh look, a little four wheeler. Oh, boo hoo, can't fly. Ooh, can't get into the big boy races. And really, they start coming down on her.
How big are these guys?
They would be probably closer to, say, like overload size. So they're not.
I'm
They're
gonna
probably just a little bigger, but not by much.
I'm gonna stand up and go, not unshrink myself and go, so you are the big boys, are you?
And they all stand back. Whoa, whoa, look, we don't have no problem with you. But, she gonna open her mouth. You know, we're better than that. So, and they're kind of like gesturing rude, very rudely toward her. And you
I would
can,
appreciate it if you wouldn't act rude to my companion here.
she kind of looks up at you and you swear she's blushing again. And she's like, okay. And the three of them are just staring, yeah, whatever.
I would
One of,
appreciate it if you would apologize to the lady.
and they kind of don't, they're like ignoring you. And one of them leans over. You can't really hear it, but like, I bet you I could beat this guy easily in the race. And the other one leans back over. Oh, shoot, I think we can all beat him in a race. And they're like, just coming down. And they're like, she started it by calling us what we were.
Would you like to prove that you can beat me in a race?
Uh, the three of them look at each other. Yeah,
As
they
I
just
say
start
that,
laughing.
I'm a fold out my wings as I say that, by the way.
They look at you and they kind of laugh a bit as they go, yeah, bring it. Let's go get the others and we'll set up a race.
Alright, as they say that, I'm going to undo my size reduction.
And you see one of them kind of stumble back, and it's kind of one of the ones that are just like the follower. He's just like, oh.
If this is anything like the Velocitron I know, once you agree to a race, there is no turning back. Where and when?
And he stands up, yeah, and we're all witness to it. And the rest of the people around are like, ooh, we're gonna see a race. And they're all like, you could see that they have like video screens out and recording and broadcasting this. And Void Striker, you're getting like cameras pointed up at you, like, here's a new racer. And it's like, and suddenly,
Here comes a new challenger.
Yeah. Suddenly all the banners change. And it actually does say that. New challenger. And one of the bots down below, hey, wait, what's your name? Screaming up at you, Void Striker.
I am Void Striker.
This is Void Striker. Wait a minute. You're the same Void Striker? Nah, you're dead. This has got to be new. This is Void Striker. Probably not the same guy. And it says, the announcer comes around, new challenger, Void Striker. And down in little print, probably not the same guy. And he just kind of taps you on the leg. This is interesting. I didn't know you could race.
Haven't done it in a couple eons, but we'll see.
Okay. I'd love to watch you race. I mean, this is really fascinating to watch you in action. So, we'll speed this up here. You get to an area where you get the rules. You have to fly through the rings, which are you'll see the light up. There's plenty of room for multiple jets to go through, or aerial, but you cannot transform. No
By
shit
the way,
again.
Matrix,
Hmm?
when I rock up, I really want them to underestimate me, so I'm gonna show up in my ground mode.
Okay. So I'll describe this. All the aerial bots are like in their spots, and they're sitting there, like you can see them. Looks like they're stretching or whatever. Some of them are getting checked out by their pit crews and stuff. And you see a couple of them up ahead, like they're the top-notch ones. They're the shiniest. They're the prettiest. They're the most arrogant. of all. You see Addie off to the
Starscream
side.
ego.
Yeah, pretty much beyond that, even sometimes. You see Addie over there waving to you, and you kind of see a couple familiar bots. At least one of them. He's kind of reddish with flames on him, kind of looking, and a little bit of chrome here and there. And he's just sitting there, like crossed arm, like let's see what like he's like judging you, see how much what you got. And you come out rolling, and they're just like, "Is he kidding?" Is he does realize this is an aerial race? And you hear them; they just start laughing their butts off. They're like, "Oh, really? I thought he had wings." The other guys are like, "This is going to be easy. He's already disqualified before he even starts." And they're sitting there like, the top one's like, "This isn't even worth my time, but I'll do it just to run you guys into the ground." And you can see them.
At that moment, I'm going to roll forwards and shift into my aerial mode.
They immediately shut up. And they're like, "Uh-oh." And you hear one of them, "You didn't tell me he was that big and he could fly." And the other one's like, "Don't matter, I can still stomp him. Big jet like that can't get past this nimble one." And just kind of see him kind of like cracking his neck thing.
By the way, I would like to leak to the announcer video of me doing dodges in my old form in the city against the quicker jets.
The video comes across immediately. They're like, "No, no, play that, play that." You can kind of hear the audio. It's like, "You see, this new contender has some skills." And the others are like, "Oh, crap." They're just like, "Oh, the scrap's going to hit the fan." You step up. You have 5 contenders with you. They all transform. Rules are: stay transformed into your aerial bot mode. Do not transform out or you're disqualified. No weapon fire allowed. That's it. Have fun. And you hear the announcer, "Race will start in 3, 2," and you hear all the engines firing up, and you can see the burn coming off of them. You are starting out technically next to the 5th place, so you're literally in the last 2 spaces. You two are back there. The first racer fires out of there as he says 1, and all the other racers fly ahead. So how this works, you're gonna have to roll me a what did I have roll? I set this up and I forgot it already.
You had me roll dexterity rolls every time.
Yeah.
Like every round, and then like you
I thought I had it set
added up the totals, I believe is what you did.
Okay. Yes, we'll do dexterity rolls. I'm gonna leave it. I'll do it that way because I had something else I thought.
I'm just telling you, like that's
Yeah.
how you and I did it when we did the race.
Yeah, because I
Yeah,
have
but-
a few more racers though in this one, so I'm trying to. I'll do it by dexterity anyway because you're
Well,
gonna
also,
have to.
is the same like dexterity, or would he have to do a different roll considering it's aerial racing?
If he wanted to do a fancy maneuver, he'd have to do acrobatic to do
Uh-huh.
something. So right now it's dexterity because you got to maneuver and fly through. It's kind of similar to what Gilgamesh had to go through, except for if he wanted to throw more and more flair into it, it's going to turn into acrobatics.
Okay.
So
Yeah, because if I wanted to do like a stun jump, I would have to throw in acrobatics in addition to my dexterity.
yeah.
Okay, so as long as you don't try and do cool tricks, you're good.
Or do cool tricks for style points.
You could also do that.
I mean,
Style
just being
points
as
do
fast
count
as I
in the
am, with how
Velocitron
big I
race.
am, it's already
Yep, it
style
does
points.
count. Yeah, it does count. I still do have some stuff written down for this part of it because I have an area
I
race set
plan
up.
to style when I want to style. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
So you all launch out. You are technically back in 5th and 6th. You're right now. You're you're kind of tied for that position with the other racer. And he's like, how fast can you really fly? He's kind of nervous sounding. He's the one that kind of took a step back when you grew in size. And so he's like really nervous around you right now because you both are back in about the same spot. Sorry. So I want you to roll me. Roll me just a d6 right now. Just a straight d6. Okay. I have dice for this. You moved up to 4th already. Two of the racers one of the racers has already fallen back far enough, and another racer is kind of right behind you. The other two have already passed through the first ring, and you are just passing through that first ring as well. Up ahead, there's a ring, but it's kind of angled upward. At this point, you notice the two jets ahead of you are kind of doing like simple barrel rolls and stuff like that as they pass through. You come up to this. Can you roll me a dexterity roll now?
No, bro, I'm gonna roll in acrobatics. I want to be
Okay.
fancy.
Go for it if you want to.
That's 20, bro.
Oh my god. What kind of acrobatics do you do as you pass through?
I'm going to shut off 2 of my 4 engines and go into a facing up spiral, and then when I get to the ring, full blast up.
God, motherfucking damn.
Nice. That puts you up into 3rd place now as you shoot right past the 3rd racer, who is now in 4th. And you can hear him as you pass him at such a speed. Yeah, that's literally in his sense. What? No! I'm faster than you. You can hear him, but you guys are kind of not at a full straight up, but you're kind of at an angle, about say a 45, shooting up. The other 2 racers are way ahead right now, and you're coming up to the next ring. It's kind of more angled, kind of back downward. Do you want to do a dexterity or acrobatics? I will ask you from now on.
I'll just do a normal dex for this one.
All right. Just roll a regular dex. You kind of get through it, but it's not so pretty. And the 3rd racer kind of pulls right up. And let's see if he passes you, though.
Oh, he's welcome to boss me. I'll let him.
And the other ones... Oh, those 2 fell way behind. Wow. So you don't have to worry about 2 of the racers for now. But the first 2 have kind of pulled ahead. That 3rd one, he's kind of tied with you for 3rd right now. He's kind of up above you a little bit, off to your side, flying. He's like, how are you so fast? That's not possible. You're too big. And you can kind of see that one of the rings is kind of aimed toward an opening in the ground. And you hear this racer that's with you, hope you can see in the dark. And he's kind of laughing about it, like, yeah.
Vicious. I would like to use vicious mockery on him.
Go for it. Hit him with it. I didn't say anything
Vicious
about
mockery
that.
He needs to do a DC save.
Oh, crap. All right. Let's see. These guys are pretty... No, he don't make it. He takes it. Wait, what?
Well, as he says that, I'm going to deploy my searchlights and go, I can see just fine. It's a shame your father couldn't see how ugly you were.
he gets kind of stunned. Wait, what? How do you know that? Ah! And he kind of gets blinded by one of your searchlights, and he kind of falls back behind you, so now you're back in 3rd. And he's like, you can just hear, that's not nice, that was so mean. You just hear him whining like a little baby back there. So I need, what would you like to do as you pass through this ring? Acrobatics or dexterity?
I'll just do dexterity and increase the speed.
You pull away from the third racer, and he's falling behind because he's slowing down in this dark space that you guys have entered in. You are in like a cave system. There are lights that are kind of flashing along to kind of tell you, hey, this is the path, and follow it. And as you do, you can kind of see the thrusters of a jet, not too far, but far enough up ahead of you. And you're flying through. You see another ring in the dark, and it's lit up like a nice blue, so you guys can see them in the dark really easy. Do you want to do an acrobatics or dexterity?
I will do an acrobatics.
Go for it. What do you want to do?
I am just going to increase my speed and just spitting's a cool trick.
As you do. Oh, nicely. Oh, hang on. Yeah, they did not make that one. You catch up to the second racer. You're not directly behind him, but you're close, and you can hear him. You're not going to get past me. And you guys are in this tight tunnel area where you can see the lights still flashing. It's kind of curving around a bit here and there now. And he goes, "You just try and get by me. We don't have cameras right here." So he's threatening you at this point.
I'm gonna threaten him by just revealing how many weapons I have on one side of me, and then putting them back inside a second later.
Do a quick flex.
And the only two words I'm gonna say is, "Please try me."
Give me an intimidation. I want to see what happens. Oh my god. Oh, you freak him out. He kind of clips his wing on one of the rocks nearby, and he kind of falls back, and he kind of is like right kind of back. Oh, hey, no weapons! Hey, hey. And he's kind of flying erratic now from what you did. It's because you scared the crap out of him. Oh my god. So now you are officially in second place. You guys, every time you come into cameras, you see little spotlights shoot out that will start showing you on the camera as you fly by. You start seeing those again, and you see another ring up ahead. But this time, you see blue sky, and it's kind of, you don't realize you have come out the other side of the planet at this point. Do you want to do a dexterity or acrobatics?
I want to do an acrobatics to make this exit fancy.
Oh,
And
Jesus
that's
Christ.
20.
Do whatever you want.
To show off, I'm gonna come out this tunnel with reverse with having my engines turned around.
Oh my god. You hear a crowd roaring up, like the entire planet of Velocitron is watching this race. And you hear a crowd just raving. And you kind of catch a scoreboard, and you notice your score is pretty dang high for all your little stunts that you've been pulling. And it sits even higher than the leaders right now.
Lord.
And you see the leader up ahead. He hits the next ring. He's doing some fancy maneuver. You see his score climb up. It's kind of really close to yours. He could still win this race. And you get to the next ring. The other flyer who has the damaged wing, he kind of fell behind. So he's not able to keep up. But you can see that he got passed by one of the other flyers back there. And you can kind of get a glimpse of one of them because you're going so bloody fast. Right now, you're still going up. There's another ring. Acrobatics or dexterity? Notice I keep flipping it for fun.
Yeah.
So you hit that ring, and boom! Now you're kind of
I'd
sitting.
like to point out, as far as I'm aware, I'm still going backwards.
Jesus Christ! Show off. So as you do, you hit, and the other flyer that's ahead of you, he's kind of like, how are you doing that? That is not possible. Because you're that close to it. I'm impressed, but that's not possible. How are you still flying? As you
Simple.
both...
Physics.
Physics? What? That doesn't... Whatever! And you can see him, like, kick on the afterburners and really push it. But you guys you kind of start feeling weightless a little bit because you're actually breaking atmo a bit. And you see another ring up above, and it kind of swings you back down into a dive. Dexterity or acrobatics at this point?
Acrobatics.
Of course. Let's see if he can even...
I'm an aerial J-turn in through this ring.
The first racer, he hits it. He does some kind of flip, like where he kind of shut off his engines too, but he literally he's flipping himself around like he's lost control, but then he turns the engines back on and catches and gets going again really fast. He's still just ahead of you. As you come through, how fancy of a move are you making through that ring when you do this? Because, I mean, it's impressive, right? It's got to be impressive. You shoot through it, and he's like, this is not possible. You should not be able to do any of this. And he's just yelling at you the whole time. You can hear him because you're not that far again. You're both in a dive bomb. You kind of catch a glimpse off to the side. You see that one with the broken wing you can see a little bit of smoke trailing off of him. You see that last flyer pass by him. Now he's in last. And you can see the other flyers are coming up, and they're trying to keep up and catch up. They're not going to. Unless they pull something out of their afterburner, which... everything, no. So you coming down, you see another ring. It's still pointing down. You guys are like at going beyond your top speeds right now. Acrobatics or dexterity?
You know I'm gonna do the acrobatics.
Christ.
And you know what? What I'm gonna do to make sure I can do what I want? That's +9 to it.
It's not a weapon. So you...
It is, however, an ability check.
Let's see. Oh. The first flyer tries to do something fancy again, but he fails horribly at it. And he kind of clips the ring a little bit. He doesn't damage himself really, but he loses a lot of speed from it. And you just hear him scream as you... do what kind of maneuver as you fly by? Just out of curiosity. I want to hear this description.
I am going to not slow down whatsoever. I'm going to go full burn into that nosedive.
Okay, so at this point, you just rip by him, literally causing him to be unstable. He starts kind of wavering and fluttering around. It's like, that's not possible! And that's all you keep hearing him yelling.
And at the last possible second is when I'm going to pull up.
As you get close to the ground, there's another ring, but it's not aimed at the ground. It kind of levels out, but it's really close to the ground. So you're going to have to pull up just as you get down there.
Roll another acrobatics to do it.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And guess what? Increase the number of my turn.
A damn flash of genius. The other racer's like, finally, he's got... Give me a break! This is not possible! And he's not paying attention. And yeah, I did roll for them. They are still way back there. Oh, God. Okay. He's raging at you. He's not really paying attention. And he kind of hits the ground a little too hard because he was trying to catch you. And he literally is just making a nice little crater of his own burrowing through the ground. He's like,
He yum-chawed himself.
yeah, literally, like worse than that. If you can imagine anything worse, he literally gouged a ravine in a sense, and you could just hear the crowd that's nearby that ring. Ooh, oh! You just hear them as you flew by. You hear ah! You just hear everybody raging and just going. You can hear your name being chanted. Void Striker, Void Striker, Void Striker. And you're flying along at a pretty fast rate. Gilgamesh, where are you at right now? Just out of curiosity.
I would have, like I said, I would have gone back to the station.
Okay, I'm gonna show you some. As you're going back and you're about to get into the space bridge, you see all the banners have flipped to Void Striker and his name, and you kind of glimpse back at one of the vendors, and you already see a larger than yours, sitting next to one of your bobbleheads, next to his a big version of Void Striker already.
Oh, better him than me. And then he just walks to the door.
I just want to throw that in because you're all going to eventually have bobbleheads. Void Striker.
Merchandise.
Yep. Merchandising this. Yeah. You're all going to have your own characters. Void Striker, as you pull through there, the crowd is just they're just raving, just going crazy. You can hear, like I said, it sounds like the entire planet of Velocitron is just raving over you right now. Let's see, you're close to the ground. You are moving immensely fast and you're kicking up a dust line behind you because your size, the thrust you're producing, and the speed you're going at. You kind of hear Addie come across. You're hot. That's all you hear across your comms. And she's just you're flying along at a super immense speed, and you see the next ring come up. It's still near the ground, but it kind of lifts up a little bit. It kind of raises you up off the ground, and you still see the streets of Velocitron just blurring by you. What role do you want to use?
I'm gonna use Dex here because I want to attempt to break the sound barrier as I go through this.
Oh, Jesus Christ! All right. Oh my God. You are flying at such an immense speed. You suddenly feel it. And it's just you hear this kind of and Addie just comes across panicked. Voice Striker, are you okay? She's freaking out. She's trying to communicate with you. It's like, Voice Striker, are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. Just freaking out. You can barely see anything. You're flying so fast. You can see the next ring up ahead of you. But you see that ring, and you see another one kind of offset to it, and then a third one offset to that. So they're all kind of spread out. Like you're going to have to do some kind of fancy maneuver to get through the three rings at once.
Fancy maneuver, you say? So, an acrobatics?
If you'd like.
And you know what? To be a double safe,
I was waiting
because
for
I
it.
still got more uses of it.
As you hit that first ring, what kind of maneuver do you want to do to hit all three rings? Because you're moving immensely fast for a big ship.
The best way to do it, I suppose, would be cause myself to go into a semi-controlled, uncontrollable spin.
Okay. You are hauling so much speed behind you. You hit that, and somehow everybody, you hear this like the ooh, ah, whoa. You swear you can hear again, entire planet just, that's not possible. You should have to slow down, kind of things. You hit the rings and you get through the last one, like you just flip around and you just kind of, you're still maintaining a ton of speed and you're flying along and you see the last ring and you can hear Addie across the comms. You're coming up to the last ring. You're going to have to slow down. Otherwise, you're going to hit the building. What would you like to do for this last ring?
Acrobatics, and considering I've like 2 more uses of this left.
I'm just going to let
There's
you
one
have it
there.
because you've left the others in the dust at the immense speed you've gained. The others have not been able to maintain any kind of a speed that you've done.
The thing that I'm gonna want to do. Okay, so you know how some fighter jets when they're going, they tilt up, cut their engines, and they go into that spin to rapidly slow themselves down.
Yeah.
I want to
I've
do
done that.
that through the final ring.
Describe it in more detail if you could. Just you describe
Well,
this one. This is your flight, not mine.
as I'm traveling, I'm going to hook some of my engines to cause me to do the spin and rapidly bleed off as much speed as I can when spinning
That's
through
so
it.
cool.
And the moment I'm through, all of my engines are going to cut right back on to just stop me facing up, basically doing a jet burnout while I wait for everybody else. You know how the fighter jets just face
Yeah.
up, not moving?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that waiting for everybody else.
You can hear the crowd going wild. And you can see bobbleheads t-shirts, or at least they look like shirts, and surprisingly already playing cards of yourself, and surprisingly there's a lot of merchandise on you. You got little flags already too, and you can see some with Gilgamesh out there, but no, you see a lot more with Void Striker now. As you see the second place come in, the third finally come in, the fourth, and they're all grumbling. They're not even kind of like stopping. They, as soon as they get through the ring, they transform and they're like walking off like in a huff. They're mad. And the fifth one, whose wing is kind of charred, it's like he comes through and he lands and he's kind of in like, ah, my arm. He cheated. He used weapons on me, and they're like, we didn't catch it on camera. Sorry. And there was no sign of weapon fire. They're just like, without us seeing it, we can't do nothing about it. It's not like you haven't seen weapon fire before, and they're like the like you can see the judges and some of the others like, yeah, we know you've done some stupid stuff. Don't even try. So they're like they're just ignoring it, and you get a big fanfare. You got all these aliens, these bots, and Addie comes running up to you, and somehow she jumps up and grabs a hold of you. That was amazing, and she's freaking out. It's like, how did you do that? That's not possible. And she's just kind of going off on you, and she's like optic to optic. She's looking at you. How did you do it? No, seriously, how did you do it? Tell me. Freaking out, trying to figure out how you did all this.
It's all about weight distribution and momentum.
Weight distribution. That. And she kind of leans it closer. Weight distribution. And then she realizes how close she is to you, and she turns beet red. And she goes, yeah, weight distribution. She kind of lets go. Yeah, and she kind of drops around. Yeah, weight distribution. Kind of. Yeah, okay. And she's kind of just like, yeah, yeah, good job, good race. And she's kind of stumbling around a little bit, kind of nervous. And the crowd is still going wild. Some are coming up to you. Hey, can you sign my bobblehead? This thing's huge, by the way. And some have playing cards. Can you? And they kind of look at the card and look at you. Can you try and sign my card?
I will in a sec. Does anybody have a spare card I could use?
And you see a bunch of hands shoot up.
I'm gonna use my size reduction to reduce my size.
And you just hear the crowd, oh, whoa, you can do that? Just everybody's really surprised. It's like,
I'm gonna sign this card and I'm gonna give it to Eddie.
what do you sign on it?
Well, that's for her to know, not you.
Oh, okay.
Damn. You really
Hey,
got told.
hey, I don't create these characters. It's okay.
You got told.
Man, I just lost my character. I'll give you the character sheet. Don't worry. Addie takes the card from you, and she's like, "For me." And then she realized she reads it, and she's like, and she looks at you, giggling. And you slowly see her kind of tuck it into one of her compartments, and she pats it like mine.
Now I'll sign the rest.
And the crowd kind of pushes in. She kind of gets pushed back. Oh! And you're sitting there for at least a little while, signing all the merchandise around you. Everybody's excited. You're getting pictures done and everything. And you notice the billboards are all pictures of you. It's like with all these other aliens and bots. And you see Addie kind of sitting off to the side in a little bit of a huff after a while. And she's like, are you done signing all their stuff?
I'm gonna go back to my normal size, put her on my shoulder and go, what are you upset about? You got the first one.
As long as I get first you, ping, and she bumps you on the head.
I mean, you're sitting on my shoulder, aren't you?
Yeah, fine. That's okay. And she just kind of leans up against your head. And it's like, tell me more about, spatial anomalies. It's kind of cool hearing it from you. And she kind of leaning against you as you guys are walking. She's like, oh, wait, I got a race in the morning. I should go.
Would you like me to fly you home?
Me fly with you? Kind of excited.
Indeed.
Yes? I'm not going to say
I'm gonna
no.
start picking up running pace, throw in the air, jump, transform, and catch her and fly off.
You hear her kind of scream as you do that, and she lands in the cockpit, and she goes, that was fun. Can we do that again? I'm going to sleep so well. You fly her to her little apartment, which you kind of land there, and she's got a little balcony that you can set her on. And she goes, kind of looks at you, and she goes, will I see you again soon? Because I really like talking to you about the science stuff. And
I can't guarantee anytime soon, but I will be back.
And she kind of leans out, and she kind of kisses your forehead. Then I'll see you next time.
Indubitably.
And she opens a door, and you hear a bunch of stuff, and you can kind of see through the door all these parts and stuff just strewn apart, like through her apartment. And she goes, don't mind the mess. And she, see you next time, and closes the door suddenly.
cleaner than some of the lookers back on the base.
With all that, Void Striker, do you want to return to base too?
Yes.
All right. While you're returning, is there anything you wanted to do while you're still on Velocitron, just to be sure?
There's some other stuff I want to do, but I can do that later.
Okay. You guys are more than welcome to return at another point to Velocitron. It is there as a regular spot to come because it is entertainment, but also meeting points as well for you. I will let you know to make sure you understand. Gilgamesh, you get back to the base, and while their Void Striker is escorting Addie back to her little home, and that Overload is currently gone to rest. Is there anything you wanted to do?
Me don't feel good.
He's tired. Your poor little robot got tired.
me head hurt from being smart.
Carbine, I would just go meditate upon the day, and then we would go rest and recharge.
All right. So, Overload is resting. Aegis is somewhere with Kiara right now, trying to figure out what's going on with him. Gilgamesh and Carbine are going to do a little meditation time. And it'll be good, restful. Void Striker, you get back to the station. It's kind of quiet. Varish is still at the consoles, and he kind of, hey boss, kind of look. And he comes across, have a nice race. And he flips around one of the tablets on his hand, and he points. Like, really?
Those flyers were a bit slower than the ones in my day.
Things have changed since your time. And he sets the tablet down. He kind of informs you, Overload, kind of some of this stuff. He doesn't know all the details. He just knows that Aegis isn't really talking much, and something happened to one of the asteroids outside, so hopefully you're not going to be upset about that too much.
Asteroids are replaceable.
He goes, well, you got two more, just a little smaller.
Then no harm, no foul.
Okay, then we're good. He just kind of fills you in a little details. He lets you know that Gilgamesh and Carbine have gone off to charge after they've done a little of their own time to rest. Everybody else is it's kind of a quiet station right now. You really don't hear much, but you do hear some, like, beeping nearby.
I'm guessing it's the little one?
You can kind of deduce that. She is not too far away, but you kind of hear her beeping like she's talking to somebody. And you can hear her. And it sounds like it's coming kind of from one of your labs. It's not super loud, but you can hear it. So Micron is still sitting in the one lab, and he's just sitting there doing more analysis on a lot of the things. He goes, you have a lot of artifacts in here. But you hear that beeping, and Micron kind of goes, she kind of came in here and sat down under the table. It hasn't really come out. I'm not sure what's going on. And you just hear her beeping.
I'm going to sit down on the floor and see if I can see her.
You sit down on the floor. You can you hear her, but you don't see her, but you kind of get a little faint glow from probably your optics. It's not real super bright. And she's kind of tucked up under there. But you hear the beeping a little more, but now it doesn't sound like just beeping. It's tones. It sounds like she's singing. It's really quiet.
I'm going to sit and scamper under the table.
you hear it kind of stop for a moment, and Scamper's under there. You don't see him come out. You don't hear anything. It's just quiet, and you hear that tones again. They're really soft, and they're different, and it sounds kind of like music. It sounds like she's singing, and it's quiet. And Micron's like, yeah, she's been doing those noises down there for a while, but I'm too busy to deal with it. Like, he doesn't really want to deal with it.
I would like to quickly make like a small music box that goes with a turn.
All right, go roll for whatever it is you roll for. There we go.
That would be a Tinker's Tools, yeah?
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's right. You got that. I couldn't remember what it's called. I know you have one of those. So you make a little.
And since I'm using the right tools for the job, that 9 is doubled.
Jesus Christ. So you make this little box like thing, and is it a wind up one, or I'm just assuming it might be wind up, so I don't know.
One where she lifts up the lid and it
Oh.
keeps playing it.
You kind of see Scamper come out, and he looks at it, looks at you, and then he kind of looks back, and you see the glowing kind of move. And it kind of comes out. You could see in the darkness under there, two little optics kind of poking out. And you can see it looking down at the box and looking up at you. It comes out more. And she's standing there and she looks at you. And she's like, points at it. And she's kind of making a gesture for me.
I nodded her.
And she kind of walks over to it, starts touching it. Like,
I make the gesture with my hands to open the lid.
and she kind of pushes it open with her hands, and it starts making the same sound, except for it's really rich sounding instead of just her beeping kind of sound. It's more like smoothed out more, but then you can kind of see her optics kind of closing up, and she starts swaying with it. And as you witness this, even Scamper kind of steps back. She starts to glow a little bit because she's matching the tune that's playing. And she's got harmony with it. You start to see the thing that she picked up from Aegis that he threw on the floor, which was Atlas at one time, start to glow as well. And she starts radiating a bit of light out from both her and the Atlas piece as she just sits there and sways. You get the sense that something else is going on with the other minicons, though.
I'm gonna look down at little one and ask her if she'd like me to put it in the room with the other minicons.
She stops and closes the lid slowly. And she pulls out that little voice text speech thing. And she goes, yes.
And then I'll pick up the box and lower my hand in case she wants to come along too.
And she hops up. And she still has out the text to speech. Aegis mad.
It'll be fun with time. As I said, it's got a wound in his spark. Just hasn't healed yet. They take longer.
Big Bot saved me, though. He saved us.
The thing is, sometimes people do not want to listen to things they are not themselves ready to hear.
Then they stupid.
It is, but It proves that we feel things other than pain.
He just still mad. Really
He
mad.
just is more hurting than mad.
She kind of puts the thing away. She just kind of shakes her head like yes. And you proceed into where the mini cons are, and you notice there's like this area set up over near the mini cons that she's kind of designed as a small, tiny room for herself. It doesn't really have a lid on it to give her much of her own space, but it's like she took sections of like a trash can or something and put pieces, and then she's got a little mini charge bed nearby that she can charge up off of. And she's just like, and she kind of like gestures this there, and it's right near the other mini cons.
I'll put it exactly where she's asked me to put it.
And it almost looks like you're looking at a tiny living room with a bed though in the one corner and some other amenities that she's kind of scrounged together. It looks like she's kind of stolen some of your parts from different parts of the station.
It's fine. Every part on this station is replaceable.
And she kind of looks at it and she goes, kind of gestures like, just like she's telling you, and then she goes, 1 second, like putting up one finger. She pulls out text speech. Just need ceiling. Roof.
If you need a ceiling, there's a carbon fiber sheet over in storage.
That would be light enough and strong enough. Thank you. And she puts it away, and she kind of jumps off of your hand the rest of the way, and she kind of runs off. You see the door kind of open and then close behind her, and you don't. She's just gone. She's just doing her own thing. For a moment,
Cool.
she is gone for a little while. It'll take her quite some time to actually bring back a piece, but she's determined. For the rest of you, Scamper has kind of hung out with you and stayed with you. Ouch.
I'm gonna head over to the charge beds.
With all of you resting now, thankfully we can end session here. I'm sorry, guys, that it took a little longer. I kind of wanted to get you all in after so long.
6 hours.
I'm trying to get us to 12, okay?
Oh, bro, I'm gonna need way more caffeine if we're doing a 12-hour session, and we're gonna have to start earlier.
If we were to
than
do
this.
that, look, if we were to do something like that, I would have to tell you, hey, we're going to raise money for somebody because I ain't doing that just for. I mean, it'd be
Yeah.
fun.
Let's go.
It'd be fun, but hey, give me a break.
Listen, I'm not opposed to the idea of doing 12 hours, but again, it's warn us
Yeah.
ahead of time. I'm
By the way,
gonna need
surprise.
caffeine,
Oh,
and we're
yeah.
gonna have to start earlier.
Yeah, if we did that, we would arrange that way ahead of schedule, so we would
Oh yeah,
something like that. But do you guys want to plug anything, like yourselves, especially? You guys are always doing
I'm
this
inconsistent
stuff.
in streaming, so if you want to follow me, my links are down below. Otherwise,
They're there.
I'll stream one of these days. Just life is so inconsistent for me lately, and just my energy levels are just up and down. So
Yeah.
Dude, I don't blame you. It is flu season across the world.
Yeah, we're all getting Baja and I are bleh. So yeah, I've been trying not to cough on stream.
I
But
spent most of the time mute coughing on my nose.
yeah, I've been trying to do that, and I can't hit the button fast enough.
What makes it
well,
worse is every time I
allergy
cough, it sends
season
my
is
Yep.
asthma off.
big around here. So
Yeah.
allergies for me,
So yeah, go check out Space Ghost Dave. His link is down below. Somebody else has a channel too. Are you streaming tomorrow or is it next weekend? I can never remember.
It's
Next
technically next
week.
week. Yeah.
Next weekend. Okay.
This is the weekend which normally I would host my campaign, but I'm sick and I'm not hosting it.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
hopefully
see?
next week I should be streaming.
So,
I am also very much inconsistent on streaming.
yeah, we're having a rough time during this time because we're all either sick or something's going on. Yeah, take your pick.
Yeah,
So,
you know, life just happens and just causes us to just not be consistent with streaming. So
yeah.
as much as we want to be, you know, we try to be, but life,
So, yeah,
what can you
like,
do?
yeah. So, Space Ghost Dave's link's down below. So is Frosted Merc. I think I added yours into the Twitch. Either that or it's on the YouTube as well. But there is a link to the YouTube channel, which is all this stuff. You can find all the videos. There's playlists for these.
I know you
I
have Dave. I'm not sure. I don't think I see mine.
Okay. I'm gonna have to add yours to make sure to get it in. I thought I put it in, but that might be the YouTube I
I
added
think
it.
you mentioned it, but I don't.
Okay,
Yeah, I haven't
Mercer,
seen
I'll
the link
fix
with
it.
mine.
Yeah, Frosted Merc on Twitch. Check him out. I'll get his link there. It should be under. I think it's under the YouTube is where I put it to, but I might have messed it up
If
somehow.
it's in links, then it's not there.
Oh,
It might
great.
just be you might have added him in the Discord, so like his streams pop up in there. But
Yeah.
They do.
Okay, I'll check it out and fix it. But yeah, find him. He's got his channel. What else? Is there anything?
What I want to plug is the fact that next session I'm going to torment you with more flashes of genius.
Ass. Suddenly he loses all his abilities, and I don't know
I'm
why.
sensing a nerf coming in.
Oh,
Nerf
believe me.
bomb inbound.
Before next session, I do definitely want to discuss something. Because I kind of have been thinking it over, and I want to plan something ahead of time.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I have to get with Void Striker here too to get working with some new stuff as well because I've been
Yeah, we all
so
got to
bloody
powwow for
distracted.
different reasons.
Yeah, so yeah. So we'll
Dude,
work
I'm
together
just
on
happy
this.
the little one is no longer avoiding me.
Yeah, she kind of. I already had a plan to kind of have her step out for you guys a little more and
And
show up
She
to
can
do.
speak.
She can kind of speak. Yes, she still speaks minicon, which you guys are you guys aren't able to actually understand her
But
still.
she can do one better. She can sing.
Yeah, she does it in her beeping tone, so you're hearing like long tones and things like that. So it sounds different to when like Aegis and Carbine have done it. This sounds a little different. So that's what you guys are gonna. I was hoping to have some new stuff set up for that, but again trying to catch up. Oh, contest is still going on till June 30th. So the end of this month.
Bear
Yeah,
plug
this
that. We're coming
forget-
to the
that is still
coming out of the
running.
wire on that one.
I am still writing down and keeping track of everybody's things. I've got prizes.
So is this where I start mass spamming in every server I have?
If you want to. I mean, hey. I mean, come on. I mean, yeah, if you want to, sure. My wife said she would spring for the shipping for you if you wanted to really. I'm not
I'm not gonna force you guys to pay for shipping. That's why I'm not doing it.
Okay, I'm still putting you in just to mess with you.
Whoa, I'm in dead last. Let's go.
We'll send you a postcard.
Yeah, there you go.
That I
That
mean, the
cost me
shipping
50
on
bucks.
that is gonna
Send you a
be
postcard that says thank you for participating.
Yeah,
fucking insane.
Whoa,
But
participation award. Let's
Yeah.
go.
yeah, pretty much. But no, the contest is still going on. Lower 48 states I will ship to because that's all I can afford right now. Although my wife was willing, if somebody did win, he would get it. But yeah, the contest stands as you put these channels in as many places you want. Let me know where they're at, like tag me or something, and I will add them to the list. I've been keeping track of them. People have put some out there, and I'm trying to keep track of everybody. I want to keep this as fair as possible.
yes,
I will try to stream. I don't know how it's going to work this weekend because, again, catching up on a lot of stuff. I have some.
cam.
Yes, Miss. I'm going to escape.
Hamster cam.
I do have
Dirt.
some bots. One came in with a surprise, and I'm excited to open him
Chris
up.
Bots, the hamster.
Yeah, there we go. Hamster bot. But I have.
I think there is an actual
2,
official Hamtaro
3,
transformer out there.
4. I have
Hamster.
5 to open up. I might break these into a couple segments because one of them's fairly big, and I didn't expect that again. But he's pretty cool, so I really like it. So yeah, so I'll have some more, but check out the YouTube channel. It has more links there as well. Check out these jokers. I'll get their links straightened out in the Twitch and YouTube so that things are working. I really have to
And
catch up
remember
with
to
things.
join the potato cult.
Potato! Potato! So you guys want to say bye? Nah, they're good.
No.
Arrivederci, Johnny.
See you next week. I'm getting some sleep.
Yeah,
May
let's
the
let.
calming cold guide your heart because I'm gonna be fucking
Hey
freezing.
Dave, do you need me to knock you the fuck out?
You wouldn't have to do much. You could put me with a pillar and knock me out.
Dude,
Just,
I'll put you in bed, I'll make you all comfy, and then play the audio of Samuel Jackson saying, "Go the fuck to sleep."
I actually have that too.
Yep. I have that same audio.
Oh my
Just,
God.
please go the fuck to sleep.
All right, with all that, wherever you're, wow, I haven't said this in so long. Wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Be safe out there. People are stupid and crazy. Yeah,
Oh, Bernie,
and
Australia,
we are
now.
back.
Have a good one, mates!
There we go. See, we got it around the world. Around the world. Around... Sorry, I'll stop. Bye, everyone.
All around the world.
Around the world and around.
Oh God, I'm